infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power.
Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power.
Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. Man, I feel weird because I was not the first person. I'm usually the first person in. Wait, you have the left. How you guys doing? Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast Season 3, Episode 13. We have a banger episode today. A couple first-time guests on here. One of them likes to talk to developers, that's the first. You're the first person we've ever had on that talks to developers sometimes. Not just like, oh, I have a secret source and I know things. Like, no, it literally, Kiwi Talkz is here and he interviews. Like, what? How many hundreds of developers? It's been a lot.
I've lost count now. I've actually lost count of how many people I've talked to. So I just say over 100 for now, but I don't know. And then there's all the ones off air as well. So,
All right. Then crowd favorite Andres Restart is back, shocking me as well. By the way,
A nice little surprise there.
the last minute ad, you're muted there, Andres.
I was trying not to obnoxiously breathe into the microphone with my stuffed nose, but an hour ago I was just like, I'm eating now. I have time. Also, I'm really kind of like pissed at all this like Kirby versus Metroid nonsense. Like,
We're gonna get into that.
we're
for
all
sure.
Nintendo fans here. Why can't we just appreciate all of it? Like, I put out a Kirby video today, and it's just all negative comments. I'm just like, whatever. I needed to vent, so here I am.
All right. Then we have first timer Action Jack here.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys for having me on. Good to see ThunderStash. Good to see you again, man. So
Good to
thank
see
you.
you too, man.
Yes.
I gotta say, man, I love your username, Action Jack. It reminds me of like a badass '90s cartoon or a comic book series. I love it.
Yeah, it used to be
Great name.
Action Jackson. There was actually a guy by the name of Action Jackson. Yeah.
That's cool.
There you go. You want to let people kind of know who you are because you're so new here.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone has any idea who you are.
Yes, sir. So, as you know, name's Action Jack. I am a member of the Winging It podcast. Also, I have my own gaming channel called Gaming Grounds Channel. Had it for about 5 or 6 years now. So outside of that, I also partake in music. So if you are a hip hop fan, I am part of MSM, the Master Sword Music label, to where we have like our own style, but mostly it's focused around video game music as well.
Hell yeah.
So definitely we have a lot of artists there at the moment in time. And then I have an album coming out later this year, but definitely that's me, Action Jack. So
you're saying is we should hit you up for some outro music.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, whether it's me and we have tons, like even Sandstorm. I know you guys are familiar with Sandstorm. He does music too. So, I mean, we got a bunch of producers for sure.
So you got bars, basically.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Eric Moore, the sock puppet.
Hello.
He's here. Gamebird Classic.
How we doing?
Yeah,
How we doing?
My gosh. 'Cause I don't have the
Happy
button.
to be here as always. The Birdman cometh.
Then we got ThunderStash Gaming.
What's up, guys? Yeah, happy to be here. Busy week. Always busy, but extra busy this week. Of course, with Kirby, Gamescom, opening night live, and then all the impressions that are coming out today. And then we got news coming tomorrow. Just action packed.
There we go. Yeah, so we got a killer show for you guys today. Lots of good topics to get to. Let's do our little topic roulette. Eric, I'll give you first crack at it. Which one do you want?
Let's go with PlayStation price increase.
Oh, going with the one non-Nintendo topic. All right, that's fine. Hey, that's the controversy today. So let's just get that out of the way right away. I'm good with that. Gamebird.
Oh boy. Let's go with the Kirby Air Riders Direct.
All right, cool. Stash Man.
I'll take the Gamescom demo.
All right. That leaves me with the Q&A with Kiwi Talkz one. So that's fine. We're all probably going to end up asking questions on that one, but cool. All right. Well, then let's go ahead and get into that first topic. Eric, what the hell are we talking about?
Yeah. PlayStation has announced price hikes in the US for the PS5 consoles. All digital version is now $499. The disc version is now $549, and the PS5 Pro is now $749. What are our thoughts on this?
Ooh,
it was inevitable.
Yeah. So yeah, Kiwi, go into it, Kiwi.
Yeah, well, obviously, it's just a case of them following what everyone else is doing. It's hard to talk about this stuff without getting into politics.
Yeah, it's very hard. Yeah,
and political divide, but yeah, they're just doing what they have to do. But I guarantee you, even if there were no tariffs, they would keep the price as is. Like if Trump announced tomorrow, no tariffs anymore, they'd still keep the same price.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. Obviously, Xbox raised their prices not too long ago. There's a little murmurs about that, but mostly it's because people are like, why would Xbox raise prices when people feel like no one's buying Xbox? But Xbox actually sells all right in the US. So, you know, and they get all their stuff made in China. We all know it's tariff related and all that stuff. PlayStation had pretty much everything made there. I heard they're diversifying now and trying to get stuff made elsewhere. But bottom line, the majority is also made there where the tariffs are the highest. And then, you know, Nintendo raised prices of Switch 1, right? And then a bunch of accessories. They've now raised the price of accessories twice for Switch 2. So it's interesting because this brings in you know, I was talking about this actually on my video today a little bit, where I'm like, you know, the funny part here is if Nintendo holds the Switch 2 price, and they kind of hinted they might not be, they might raise it in the future. They might hold it through holiday, and then next year, maybe that's what they're looking right now. They don't want the negative. You know, they're trying to keep their console going. They don't want any more backlash than they're already getting by, hey, let's jack the price. So they might wait till that blows over a bit, and now everyone else has done it. So, you know, they now technically, no one can say that they don't have the cheapest console at the moment for like dedicated gaming devices, non-PC handhelds. So, yeah, I mean, they literally are the cheapest now, which it's crazy for PlayStation 5 to even say that, because the all digital, that used to be $399 at launch.
Yep.
People forget this is the second price raise of the digital one. crazy. They raised it with like the Slim.
It's wild.
And then they
Yeah.
slowly phased out the $399 one. People didn't even realize that was getting phased out. And now they raised that another $50. So that's a $100 price hike since 2020 for that one. And it's crazy because like the PS5 Pro $749 still doesn't have a disc drive. So for people that like physical, got to toss another $80 on top of that. Now you're up to 800 plus to get a physical PlayStation 5 Pro, which is crazy. So I was talking about this, like how, like for Nintendo, how I feel like I know they're probably going to raise the price of Switch 2 next year, but it would be cool if they held, even if the system ends up losing them a little bit of money, because they'll make it up on software sales, of course. But also, this was the crazy thing that I can't believe I said in my video, but this is the reality. $450 will be the budget system.
That's nuts. That's nuts.
Yeah.
PlayStation 6 price is going to be wild. The Xbox handheld with ROG coming out, the rumored prices are $550 and like $700, $800 or whatever it was. I know the prices aren't official yet. They're on retailer websites, so it feels like it's pretty official. But like that's $100 more expensive without a game bundled in, you know? And obviously that's a PC handheld, so you can use your already existing Steam library or whatever, Microsoft library, Game Pass, etc. And I still think Game Pass is the greatest deal in gaming, but that doesn't matter. The point is that the entry point to get in is going up and up and up. So like it's inevitable. I don't know if all of our viewers are from the US, but if you're not, everything's gotten more expensive.
Well,
everything.
I think it's also that they will offset the countries outside the US in some way as well. So even if you're not from the US, you pay a price for it.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Because we've already seen PlayStation 5 went up in prices before this in other countries.
Yep.
Switch 2 is already priced pretty high above us in certain countries as well. So this is just unfortunate. Like it sucks. We kind of knew it was probably going to come. It feels weird because this is the first time, because I count Switch as part of the same gen as PlayStation 5 and Xbox. It's a generation where prices went up the deeper we got in instead of down.
Yeah.
Normally you figure, okay, the tariffs are higher and the prices are more, but then aren't products cheaper to make? So then shouldn't the price even out? No, actually, that hasn't been what's happening. And that's without tariffs. Like things actually haven't gotten cheaper to make, which is crazy because that almost always happens.
Yeah, I feel like I remember this happening first with didn't like the MetaQuest 2 go up $100 like a year into its lifespan? I'm almost positive.
Yeah,
way back before tariffs or anything like that. They raised it like a full 100, like a year in.
Yep.
So
because I remember I came in on the 64 gig version, and then all the other versions came up, and then they got rid of the 64 gig and raised the price.
Yeah. I didn't hear much. I didn't hear much noise about that one. Obviously, there's not as big of a market for the virtual gaming, but I mean, I pretty much agree with you, Prime, and you, Kiwi. I think this is something that's inevitable. It's nice that it hasn't happened to Switch 2 and Prime, like you said. I don't imagine, and knock on wood, that they'll increase the price of Switch 2 before the holiday. I think they're going to want to have that good faith first year in the States. But it does feel like it's, we're just playing the waiting game for when Nintendo makes that leap. What I will say though is, with all the negative discourse surrounding Nintendo since the Switch 2 reveal, especially regarding pricing, it's going to be a real breath of fresh air to see videos and comments from those people start to show up talking about, like, we've been bagging on Nintendo this whole time, but they're the last bastion of hope for, like, I can't wait to see all those videos because I know they're coming. I know they're going to be coming, especially since this is Sony's second price increase. I know it's going to be so vicious out there towards Sony from all the content creators, and Nintendo, it's going to be like, listen, we gave them a hard time, but let's see how they hold strong. I can't wait to see all those opinions change.
Shoot me a link to the video when it pops up.
Absolutely. It's any moment now. I'm going to check after the podcast tonight. There's going to be dozens. I swear.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I watched the videos today, like, to see how content creators and stuff reacted to this. And sure, it's all negative, right? Obviously, there's not going to be a positive video about it, but it doesn't feel like they're going in as hard on it as when the Switch 2 price was revealed. Like, it feels like they went way harder on that than they are with this. And I wonder, like, what is it?
We were getting there. That was.
I think it's expectations. That's why people were already kind of expecting it, whereas with like how much Mario Kart was priced in line also with the Switch 2's price as well, because people weren't expecting it to be that high. So
I would also say
expectation versus reality.
I would also say too, a lot of people still consider Nintendo as the budget option. So to see them go up higher in price was a little weird for people. No matter if they had 120 hertz, HDR. They don't care. Nintendo is identified as the family-friendly, easy entry point for gaming. And if you get into the same tier, right, exactly. Right. So if you get into the same ring as Xbox and PlayStation, we're not expecting that. So we need you to kind of come down.
Thanks to Sony, where the budget console.
Right. Like, Sony and Xbox are going up. Like that's why I said, like, it's crazy. They still are the budget system.
They are.
Xbox is the weird one.
Yeah,
because they can't get system off shelves. That one, I feel like, it's one of the biggest and most lucrative companies out there. I feel like they should have just rode the storm till the handheld, till whatever comes next. It was a very odd decision for a console they can't get off shelves to raise the price.
It doesn't help they came off their like most profitable quarter ever. But I know it's because they bought these companies, but it's like, record profits. Also, we're raising the price of the system that hardly anyone's buying. It's like,
my opinion on that. Xbox has been riding the storm since day one.
You mean with the original Xbox?
Since yes. And so Xbox 360, right? Most of that period, because the beginning was also kind of scary with the whole red ring of death thing. But for the most of that was just like the eye of the storm, where they thought things were good. Then they got out of the eye, and it's been a storm the entire time.
We had
That's their life.
Yeah,
no.
I lasted a nice 5 years for us. Everything else,
I don't know what the eye of the storm was, because I believe it was 70% of Xbox 360s got the red ring. I believe. Don't quote me on that. It's an insane percentage.
It was like 6 months later they revised it. But crazy.
Maybe the eye of the storm was Halo 2. I don't know, but there was an eye at some point.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe they've gone in and out of the eye a couple times, but they've been in a storm. Maybe it's not like, you can't breathe storm or like a storm on Venus, but it's definitely a storm.
And the one person out there that didn't get the red ring, it's okay. I'm happy for you. Congratulations, you won the lottery.
Okay, thank you, Google.
Every time,
Gaming Informer survey indicated 54.2 failure rate. Other estimates range from 23.7 to as high as 90.
Yes. Only Xbox truly knows what the percentage is. Only they know.
But to go from 23 to 90.
Yeah, I know.
But my question is, though, does that impact their reported sales numbers?
Because at the time, I don't know, because that was the height of their popularity, was the 360. People,
it was.
Despite how poorly it was designed, I guess. Man, people love that gen. A lot of people find that to be the best game console ever. I mean, I wildly disagree, but a lot of people seem to think so.
I'm pretty sure it knocked them over the head financially, because numbers wise, I sold, but if I have to replace everybody's Xbox, you're not winning financially.
And
70% of the Xbox 360's demonic brawler owned guys. How many did you buy, man?
Yeah.
I think I bought 3 at one in total for the whole gen.
Yeah, I had 4 myself. Yeah.
There was the OG, because you had it first, and then I got it later, and then I got the red ring of death, and then I got the slim or something, then I got the
elite.
The elite, yeah.
So I'm embarrassed to say, when the first Xbox came out, I just didn't get it. Like it just didn't click with me. I was used to like Sega, Nintendo, PlayStation. I was just
why I had it. Why I never owned the OG, but why I bought the Xbox 360. No, this is hilarious. It's not because of gaming. Degeneration X. I had to. The whole suck it. Yeah, I'm like, dude,
that's so ridiculous. No, I bought my first Xbox was a 360, and I bought it. I end up selling it to a friend shortly after. I bought it for Cameo and Nuts and Bolts because I was a big Rare fan growing up, but I never got the proper use out of it.
Yeah.
So, I missed that gen of Xbox, but I played a lot of those games on PC. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. Price increases. What do you guys? What do you think, ThunderStash?
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
The cost continues to go up. We knew this was going to happen. We all talked about PlayStation. Eventually, their price was going to go up as well. These things were all foreseen. So what can you do, right? Again, many times talked about the controllables and the uncontrollables in life. And these things that we're talking about are the uncontrollables. There's nothing we can do to change it. The only thing we can't control is how we react to it, what we do to remedy it for ourselves. That's really the extent of it. So I don't have much thought on it, except I knew this was coming, talked about it very long time ago.
All right.
Yeah. For me, I mean, I don't own or play Sony machines. Not that I hate them. So it really doesn't affect me. It does suck for those that do game on those systems and haven't had a chance to either pick it up or, maybe they were hoping to save some money and all of a sudden, like, the person's this close to getting it and all of a sudden the price go up. It's like, oh no, now you gotta wait another, maybe half a year or whatever to save up more. And it's like, oh, I feel bad for those guys, and then games on top of it. It's just gaming is getting insanely, stupidly expensive.
Yeah.
It sucks.
That's why PC is becoming more appealing as well. Because if you already own a computer and you do it for other things, then you might as well just game on it, right? As opposed to spending however much money on a console.
Yeah. It really is getting to that point. I've even contemplated it myself. I've had 2 PlayStations, but then eventually just sold them off because I'm not a big first party Sony fan. Big on Ratchet and Clank, and I love Astrobot. And then also Ghost was amazing. That's why I'm kind of sad I won't be able to play Yote at all, but it is what it is. But even on the PC,
it'll come to PC.
Yeah, it'll come to PC soon. So that's where, like, for me, because I always work at a desk because of my job, and then also I have the Quest 3. So that's gonna work substantially, being able to use that. So it might work. I'm rocking the Switch 2 by itself right now, along with, of course, like my Android handhelds, like the Retroid Pocket 5 and the AYN Odin. But other than that, I've only had my Switch 2. So PC might be the next move, man. It really is. I'm not gonna go crazy, get a 5090, but I'll definitely get one.
All right. We probably end that topic there and keep it nice and short.
Yeah.
No big deal. Again,
I could have taken it on the tangent, but I'll save it for later.
You're gonna have so many tangents on these other topics, Andres. We already know. We already know.
The Portal didn't go up in price though. That was a surprising one.
Well, maybe because it's not selling. Sorry, I don't want to insinuate anything, but I look at their sales on it. It's like it doesn't look like it's really selling that much right now. Increasing the price of they're already not selling probably is.
They're just gonna cancel it or phase it out.
One more point in here.
That could happen.
I think with Xbox raising their prices, we know we're not selling, but maybe we can get a little bit more out of the ones we actually do sell. So it's like, okay, yep, this might help. Maybe.
All right, Birdman, what are we talking about?
All right. Topic number 2. Yesterday, we had a 45-minute Kirby Air Riders Direct hosted by Sakurai himself. And I'm going to save my thoughts for after you guys, but I found it quite surprising. But anyways, before we dive into what I think of this game, let's go around the room. Let's start with Andres today. What were your thoughts on the Kirby Direct? Did it sell you on it? Were you impressed, disappointed? What
I was very, very happy with the presentation. I think my expectations were for a quality game made by Sakurai for Kirby Air Riders, and that's exactly what it is. Like you look at it, it has that Sakurai magic, right? Like there's clearly a lot of attention to detail with the animations. There's a lot going on with the UI. There's deceptively actually a lot of content. But at the core of it, right, the gameplay still maintains a very simple format. And maybe this is where the game kind of loses some people at face value. If you don't kind of realize it, it may seem overly simple, but it's simple. But like Smash Brothers, it's very complex at the same time, right? And so like I look at this game and I see how fun it can be, right? Knowing how Sakurai likes to do things. And like there's a speed to it, there's a flow to it. And it's not just a racing game. It's an action game. I'm just so into it, and I see a lot of potential with this. I really like. I mean, there's a lot of things I really like, but one thing that really stood out to me is they showcased that when you finish your race online, you just go straight into the next race, even if other people are still racing. And the same thing with City Trial. People are still in the middle of their City Trial. You're already in the next one, waiting in line, right? Like so. Like think of it. In the context of Mario Kart, let's say you lap somebody, they're still on lap 3. You're starting your next Grand Prix. Like that's the concept, and I think it's so amazing. And I also find it really interesting because with Smash Ultimate, or just Smash games in general, the online's been kind of a problem. So you know, hopefully it's not a problem. It's not here, but it kind of looks like they've done some really cool things with that. It looks like they've really positioned this to be a really highly replayable game. And I mean, I'm all aboard the hype train for this. Like I'm riding that warp star to whatever sort of alternate dimension with dark matter and space aliens Kirby has to offer.
You know, Gamebird, if you're talking, you're muted.
The hell did you just say to me?
He was intentionally muted.
Yeah. Andres, what were your thoughts on that after like the tail end of the presentation when it teased like it was almost like a Smash character reveal. It was really neat.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on that? Did you like that or?
I did, because it did look it was very much in the same exact style. I mean, like a lot of this game almost feels like a sequel to Smash Brothers, which is
totally
it's just
the
neat.
menus and stuff. And
the menus, the visuals, the announcers actually in this too. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Like when you pick up a new craft in City Trial, you hear the announcer like announcing the other craft. Like it sounds just like a Smash announcer. Like this just feels like Smash Brothers. But it's not Smash Brothers, right? Like, and that's the thing with like a lot of Sakurai games. There's kind of like a lot of elements that sort of carry over, specifically with the menus. But sticking to that final cutscene, I liked it for several reasons because it's clearly they're teasing at least one more character, right? I think there's actually going to be several other characters if you look at like the roster screen, but clearly that's another character. But how do we unlock that character? Is this going to be like in a story mode, possibly? As for my theories on the character, I mean, I feel like it has elements of King DDD. Like you look at the crown, you look at the gloves, but it's also has elements of like of dark matter. It's like a recurring boss in the Kirby series. So it might be like some sort of fusion of that. And I had this crazy theory that maybe like there's some sort of setup from Star-Crossed World, which is the expansion coming to Kirby later this month.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Right. Like what if there's like an alternate realm where dark matter possesses King DDD and that's the final villain of Star-Crossed World and he's in Kirby Air Ride. Wow. That's just a wild theory. I'm not saying that's true, but I don't know. I mean, maybe there could be like some Forgotten Land Star-Crossed World characters that will be announced later for this game.
Hell yeah. All right, let's bring it on down to Action Jack. Initial thoughts: hyped, not hyped, disappointed, surprised? What are your feelings after watching this one?
So coming into it, I've was familiar with Kirby Air Ride, but never played the game, never seen anyone really participate in it other than a few speed runs. And of course, speed runs are going to look drastically different from how anybody else will play it. But going into it, it was, I was open-minded. When I saw it, this is a day one purchase for me. Like you mentioned, the simplicity is there, but there's still strategic matters within the simplicity. And that's what I love about Sakurai, because he takes the time to go into detail. And you can come away saying that you're still confused about certain things, but if you watch it back, he went over more than enough for you to kind of get a handle on what this game is about, while also showcasing it to you by playing one lap match or even going into city trials. So I know the big hype is city trials, so that's something that I'll jump into immediately. But I also want to see if we either go into everyone trying to learn how to play this game, or we get a ton of YouTube videos saying this is the best machine, this is the best rider, and then you see 5 or 6 of those on the same map, opposed to people just truly trying to test it out. But
I hope it's balanced.
Me too. I really do, because Mario Kart World is already showcasing that everyone watched the same YouTube video and showed up with the same characters and the same carts. But with that, I'm super hyped for the game. Definitely something that wasn't on my radar at all, but looking forward to it. Yeah, it's definitely a day one, even with the $70 that I didn't anticipate, but it's definitely a cop for sure.
Hell yeah, man. All right, Kiwi Talkz. What are we thinking, brother?
I am not a big Kirby guy, to be perfectly honest with you. And even after watching this, there's a part of me that wonders why it's being released this year and not next year. Primarily because you've got this coming, you've got Mario Kart. What's the F-Zero?
F-Zero 99?
The that one, and then you've got Sonic as well, and it just seems like there's way too many racing games within a short period. And I reckon they could have sit on it and just released it next year, since Nintendo has a habit of sitting on games, but then it might have something to do specifically with Sakurai. But it's good for what it is. But my concern is Mario Kart's going to cannibalize this. Even after watching it, obviously it is different, but that's my concern. I mean, it does look good, but I mean, if you want to buy, why am I holding this? I don't even know. If you want to buy Mario Kart and this is going to set you back quite a bit of money. Yeah. So I'm kind of like,
I mean, that's a great point, that we're going to be seeing those Mario Kart bundles, I'm sure, through the holiday. And so people are going to have that choice. They're going to be like, all right, we got the bundle with the deal on the game. Do we really need another racing game, or should I pick up Donkey Kong?
True.
Yeah,
So,
if you're a parent,
I think that's
well,
a solid point.
Yeah,
or Pokemon for that matter.
Yeah, if you're a parent and you're buying like a console for your kid, and it comes with Mario Kart, why would you buy another racing game?
That's even a Mario Kart reference right there on screen.
Yeah,
because his mushroom's a boost.
We reacted to the Switch 2 reveal and the Switch 2 Direct, the first Switch 2 Direct here on the podcast, and that was one of the things that I commented on, that like, while it's cool that we're getting a Kirby Air Riders, I did find it unusual that we saw it in the same Direct coming out in the same year as the biggest kart racer of all time. And I fully understand that this is a different type of game, but it still at the time felt like an odd choice. And I do agree with that sentiment, that it's still, I mean, I echo what you said, Kiwi. Part of me does feel like I'm surprised that this isn't a 2026 thing, given we're going to get the first holiday with Mario Kart.
Yeah. And like, obviously I don't want to go down and spiral out of control here, but like, part of the reason, like when I get intel from game devs, I don't seek out that stuff a lot of the time. But when this got announced, I specifically reached out to my source because I couldn't understand it from a business perspective and from a monetary perspective, because I thought one's going to cannibalize the other, which is precisely why I reached out to my source and said, hey, why is this even happening? And he didn't know. And he's like, I'll have to go away and find out. And then that's why I revealed the information about, the negotiation tactic and everything, which turned out to be incorrect. But that was the whole reason why I went down that path anyway, because
Can we circle back to that?
Yeah, we can circle back to that.
Because guess I was thinking it was you who said that you had heard that they use Kirby Air Ride to like negotiate another Smash project. Was that what?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
okay.
And the source is because I reached out to him and I'm like, hey, well, Sakurai said that that's not the case, but he's saying that it still is, and it's just like a PR move, right?
So like
100%.
I don't. Yeah, I think this
I
is
don't
one of the
believe
things
him
where
now, to be honest. But
you don't believe it.
no,
You're not-
no.
yeah.
Well, I mean, I was skeptical in the first place. Usually, because in previous cases, like everything he's told me behind the scenes has been true, right? And the recent DK one, I won't spoil anything, but that came from him. So I had no reason to doubt him.
Sure.
But in those cases, he's like, I don't want to say he's directly involved, but he's kind of connected in some way with this because it involves Bandai Namco. He's going through different people. And even when he told me, there was a part of me in the back of my mind that was thinking, how would you have access to high level information like this?
Right.
But I chose to trust him anyway.
Sure. Yeah.
Clearly, maybe it is a PR move. Maybe it's incorrect information. I don't know.
Right.
So what I think it is, and I like saying this a lot, it's not that it's wrong information. It's just perhaps inaccurate interpretation of the information. Because I feel like a lot can be lost without context, and sometimes there's just several angles. Like, so for example, Sakurai says that a few key, like, executives asked him to make Kirby Air Riders, but maybe context is missing. That's missing is that they've probably been asking Sakurai to make a whole bunch of projects, and he only finally agreed to do Air Riders. But they ask him to make something every year. Like
could well be. And I will say that my source is Japanese, so.
Sure.
We're having to use a translation, possibly of a translation. So,
right. So things get lost for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Well,
that could be another. Yeah.
I wanna jump over now to ThunderStash to get your thoughts on this direct presentation for Kirby Air Riders. Sorry, Prime. I didn't see your hands.
So you can go to ThunderStash next, but I just wanted to comment on that. One thing I was thinking about today. I was reading, what the original thing you said, your source said, Kiwi Talkz, and then how they're doubling down on it. I kept thinking about what they said. That's not something that would ever get said publicly by Sakurai.
100%.
No way. Yeah, that will never ever be.
That would ever get out from Nintendo or Sakurai. Like that's not like so. Like he could, because like you said that he doubled down and said something like, that's not the what he said in the video is not the full story. Well, no shit, because this is if this is true, literally you would never know because they're never going to admit. Like Sakurai and Nintendo are never going to be like, oh yeah, he said he'd make a Smash if he can make this one first. Like that's not like something that would ever get admitted publicly.
No way that they'd ever talk about that.
All right,
Ever.
so hear me out. This is what happened, right? So there was no lies said, just not the full truth. So he was asked to make Kirby Air Riders if he also makes Smash Brothers.
That maybe that could have been it.
Hey, they asked me to make this, and they'll pay me if I also make Smash.
I
said yes. He just leaves out the Smash part.
I also wonder if there's any truth to that story. That it's like they asked him during the Switch 1 era while he was making DLC for Ultimate. Maybe they thought he could make the game while doing the DLC.
Probably.
So then he
know,
could get Smash for the end of the gen. But then he told them, like, hey, no, like how I make games, I can't do that right now. And then he got to the end of the DLC, which then they probably wanted him to go start working on a Smash for Switch 2. But maybe he's like, oh, actually, now I'll do Air Riders, then I'll do Smash. And it's like, that could have been how this went down. Like he was asked, then also said, hey, I can't yet. But I can when I'm done with this, even though you probably want me to pivot to the next thing. But hey, let's, so like, there's a way that all of this could be true. But in the end,
Yeah. I think also Nintendo is very understanding of developers and them needing to be creatively challenged. Like you can't make someone work on the same franchise or the same game essentially for 10 years. Like we're all creative people, right? Even if you asked us to do the same thing over and over for like 10 years, you'd go insane.
You know what he wants to do after the next Smash game? He's already put it in his videos. He wants to remake Kid Icarus Uprising.
Someone, at least
which would be great.
Do it.
Yeah.
He said it out loud in his videos. Like
more than once.
Yeah. He really
well, maybe it's a one
back.
for me, one for you sort of thing. Possibly.
Yeah.
Because he took a break. When was it? he took a break after Brawl to make Kid Icarus.
Yeah,
and then went back to Smash. Yeah,
yeah. And this could be that game that gave him that break to the next Smash as well. So, which we have no idea if the next Smash is being worked on yet. Could be. They have multiple development teams at Bandai Namco. This supposedly was the same team as Smash, which makes a lot of sense if you look at how it's designed. But
so something I brought up in my video today. I don't know if you guys have seen the story, but this game is 25 gigabytes in file size, which I think technically makes it the largest file-sized game from Nintendo this year, because Mario Kart's not even 22.
It's the largest ever for Nintendo.
Isn't that just an estimate though? Is that confirmed yet? I don't think it was.
I mean, it's on Nintendo's website.
It's the eShop.
It's their own estimate, but it's probably close to accurate.
Well, it's probably all the cutscenes and stuff, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I just think like you look, Mario Kart World's a massive game with tons of songs and stuff, right? Like my only point is like, I'm not trying to say that Kirby Air Riders has more content than Mario Kart World, but because you look at a file size, that doesn't tell you that much, because there are games that are 100 gigabytes that you can finish in 10 hours, But when you compare it to other Nintendo games, like it's just kind of interesting that it's that large in size. And we know it was with, you look at the Smash games that Sakura's responsible for, there's a lot of like little things in there, right? Like there's a lot of character costumes, there's a lot of like stickers and songs. And so all those things kind of stack up. But I only bring it up because I feel like it's literally hard proof that this game is not small, right? Not trying to say it's bigger than Mario Kart World, but there's got to be content in here, is my point. And I think part of the conversation about this game is that it looks really shallow, and I don't think it actually is. That said, I also don't think it's as big as a project as like Smash, right? I think this is kind of like what would you call it, a B tier title or something, right? Like, but it's something that probably didn't take them 5 years to make. And so there can be a quick turnaround, and they can probably work on Smash shortly after this.
I reckon Prime 4 will be way bigger than this as well.
File size wise?
Yeah. I reckon it'll be like 40 gigs or something.
Maybe because of those high detailed textures.
Yeah. Well, Metroid Prime 4 has a lot of high geometric detail. So, and you're talking like 4K sort of thing. So,
this game as well, like the reason the file size can be bigger is because they have 4K textures.
Well, the art style looks quite simplistic,
but
it doesn't look like there's a lot of
4K.
There's not a lot of geometric detail within the art.
Yeah, but
with Kirby.
So I bring this up because I don't deal with textures per se. I deal with images. If you take a screenshot that's like 10 megabytes at 1080p, when I bump it up to 4K, suddenly it's like 70 megabytes, and it's the same image. So what I'm saying is like, it's Mario Kart isn't 4K. Mario Kart World does not run in 4K. This game might actually be native 4K, which means the textures are going to be larger file sizes. So that could be why it's so large.
Touche.
Yeah, maybe.
That's my only point. We don't know, of course. No, I've been watching all these Kirby.
We'll know soon enough.
I think the game looks great.
Today. No one's confirming with me if it's 4K or not.
Well, there's new press shots that apparently look pretty good. I haven't looked at them.
And it could be DLSS as well. So that's why I'm trying to find out if it's actually native or not. But
tough call. But something I looked at. Sorry, you want to move on?
Well, I wanted to make sure because Stash got called on. I want to make sure ThunderStash is able
you
to
go ahead with your
you
go ahead with your thought on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm cool.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So, but I was just taking like a look at like some of the file sizes this year, comparing them to like similar games, right? Like I think Mario Kart only had like 11 something gigabytes, right? With Mario Kart 8. And that kind of makes sense. The Mario Kart will be bigger. But then I look at like Mario Odyssey, right? Mario Odyssey, the Switch 2 enhanced version is like 0.1 more gigabytes, which is interesting. Like why is it just slightly bigger? It does look better, by the way. I would say noticeably. Yeah. That 0.1 is the optimization to the code or something.
Nintendo wizards in terms of compression, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing, though, and so that's what's crazy, right? Because like we know, like with Smash Bros, they've talked about how they've really improved their compression technology over the years, right? So the same team is making Air Riders, yet it's still that big of a file size. So I don't think this is like a lazy like job in terms of compression. Like there's just probably like a lot of whatever it is. There's a lot of it. But like I looked at Mario Odyssey versus like Donkey Kong Bonanza. Like Donkey Kong Bonanza is, I mean, it's a fairly good comp. Like it's probably the closest comparisons we can get, right, in terms of like a Switch 2 counterpart, right, made by the same team, similar length, similar level of content, not exactly, but similar, right? And it's like 5.7 versus 8.7. So I just think it's interesting how we're seeing, like, yeah, the games are bigger, but they're not like 4 times bigger because of 4K yet. And will they ever actually? Because I guess like Nintendo wants to be like cautious of that, because like they may have expanded the storage space that we have on Switch 2, but it's still pretty small. Like they can't really afford to be putting out 50, 100 gigabyte games.
To be fair, they still have full physical. To be clear, Nintendo games are on physical cartridges. So
sure, but people still download them a lot now, more so than ever.
Sure, that's why they said go get yourself a micro SD Express card. The official Nintendo branded one. No, I was just mentioning, like, I don't know that Nintendo, I think, is at the point where they knew the file size jump was going to happen if they got more powerful than what the Switch was. So I at some point they can't just like, they have to keep the compression going. But look, this is Kirby, right? It's not even a mainline. It's a spin-off Kirby game. The next Zelda game might be bigger than 64 gigabytes. Like this is just like the reality that we're in right now. Like Nintendo they have now entered the era of you're gonna have big file sizes now. It is what it is. Everyone else has them.
I think they're still going to be small in comparison, just because Nintendo's masters that.
I think a lot of those other companies don't optimize their games, and they don't really care about compression.
Yeah, like realistically, I think the Zelda game will be like in the 50 gigabyte range, and if it was made by like let's say Bethesda, that'd be like 120 gigabyte game.
Right. Yeah.
More. Yeah. If Bethesda made it, there'd be like years worth of text to read. Yeah. 3 cartridges. Who are you kidding?
I kind of want a multi-cartridge game, to be honest. I think I mentioned this on a previous show. I have nostalgia from like, let's say Final Fantasy VII, for example, you know, making your way through and then like, oh, you've completed disc 1. Please insert disc 2 to continue. I kind of miss that. It
reminds me of renting Braveheart on VHS back in the day.
2 VHSs or Titanic.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Like, wow, I'm in for a big adventure here.
That being said, Stash Man, I want to hear your thoughts, man. You haven't really gotten to say anything on Kirby. So how do you feel after this show?
Move on.
Did it hype you? Did it hype you up? Are you interested? What are your overall thoughts of the presentation?
Yeah, just to start it off, I do want to make one comment about Kiwi mentioning possibly a 40 gigabyte file size for Metroid Prime 4. I was going to ask you if that's so it could have the multiplayer included, and if you could confirm or deny that. Oh my god! I'm just kidding.
The Q&A's not yet, Stash.
I know. I'm just kidding. I was going to throw that in earlier. Okay, so
you guys saw the rating, right? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll go.
Yeah. We'll get to it. That's the last topic, guys.
So, Kirby Air Riders. Yeah, I played Kirby Air Ride on GameCube. You know, obviously this looks significantly better, but to go into detail, I would say it's probably in the actual details. This looks like it has considerably more content than Kirby Air Ride. Of course, I appreciate the level of detail that Sakurai goes into with, any of his directs. He's very good at explaining the whys, and coming from management, background and training, I'm very big on explaining the whys. So like he speaks my language, and I really appreciate how he talks, right? And so you can get a lot of detail from all of this. And the gameplay footage, it looks good. It looks like there's a lot of variety here. One thing that I like is all the different machines, and how depending on which character you use, the stats are going to change as well. So the actual combination. So there's a lot of strategy in actually figuring out which machine and which character you're going to pick, because I could be Kirby and pick a machine, and you could be King DD and pick a machine, the same one, and that machine itself is going to have different stats. And he made a point to talk about that, which I thought was interesting. But looking at the gameplay footage, what we just saw, I don't know about you guys, but all these little mini games that I'm seeing, the stadium events, I mentioned this during the live stream when Nate and I were doing it, and it's like, dude, I'm getting a little bit of monkey ball vibes. Like, right? Like with the monkey fight, monkey target.
I see where you're coming from with that.
Which to me is a good thing. I love Super Monkey Ball. The mini games are very fun. So
I also correlate Monkey Ball with GameCube era, which is also
same.
Kirby Air Ride. So
exactly. Yeah. It's the era where there's a lot more focus on in-person couch co-op multiplayer. We're coming still from the N64 era with the 4 controller ports being one of those big selling points, and it still was with the GameCube. And this just looks like a lot of fun. I like that there's more detail. I like that the actual gameplay mechanics don't feel so surface. It feels like Sakurai made a point to make the gameplay actually deeper here. And so overall, I'm hopeful. The orchestrated soundtrack was another plus.
Yeah.
Now I haven't listened to it yet on Nintendo Music, been super busy, but I'll probably listen to it at some point, maybe even on the flight on the way to PAX. Maybe I'll throw it on and catch some of the tunes before we actually go play it. But happy with the orchestrated soundtrack, the deeper controls, the machines. I like that you can hold 2 items this time. That was one thing that I noted down that I thought was cool, that was different from the original game. The multiple characters, I think it's good that they have all the lessons as well in the game for the training, because again, I think you just pick up and play this game, right? But if you focus on all the different mechanics of the controls, it becomes a lot deeper. Like any of us can pick up and play Mario Kart right now. But if you learn how to power slide and you learn how to jump and ride on the walls, right? It completely changes the game and becomes that much deeper, and it's no longer this surface experience, right? It's a lot deeper. So it really comes down to, what are you willing to put into it? Do you want to learn all of this stuff?
Right.
Is the game fun enough for you to want to learn all of this stuff and get good at it and play online, right? And I mention all of this because, I just reviewed Drag X Drive, and these are all things that I brought up in that review. And I'm really not certain that people are willing even to go that far, right? And so you got to get people, you got to hook them. And so I'm hoping they can hook people with Kirby. And I'm sure all of you guys are hoping that we'll get hooked as well, that this is going to be a very good game to where we're going to want to invest our time into it and actually learn how to get really good at this game and go play online and have fun. So that's where I'm at with it right now. I'm just looking forward to playing it next week so I can give some, full-on details after a hands-on gameplay.
Absolutely. Some great points there, Stash. Let's go over to Prime. Primal.
Look, I think this game looks better than Mario Kart World. And I want to be very clear. I played Kirby Air Ride back in the day. Calling it a racing game is almost like an insult to the game. It's a battle kart game, is what it is. It's nothing like Sonic Crossworld. It's nothing like Mario Kart. It's nothing like F-Zero. There's pretty much nothing like this game in existence. It is like its own category of kart racer. Like it.
I don't even like using the term kart.
Yeah, it's weird because it's not really karts either, right? Like, but I understand why people will
machine racer.
I mean, Nintendo's website just talks about it. It classifies it as a vehicular action game.
Yeah, because that's what it is. It's not.
So maybe it's more like Twisted Metal or
Twisted Metal, Destruction Derby.
Metal, the closest comp would be Twisted Metal. So like, that's the thing. That's why I'm like, I heard like Kiwi I actually echoed a pretty popular thing. I heard that, like, there's so many racing games coming out. Like, maybe put this one in 2026 or something. But it's like, but this is literally nothing like them.
Right.
I know, but it has
are
the
people
appearance
know
or
that
perception that it does.
yes
That's the thing.
that yeah I understand what
Perception
Kiwi's
is
saying.
reality for people. Yeah.
I think for people like us who are like, we're content creators. We're following the industry so closely. I think your average consumer is just going to be like Kirby Air Riders. Oh, look at the back and be like, oh, it's a racing game.
Yeah.
I think that's
Well,
more the issue.
Well, all they got to do is mention that the primary part of the game is city trial, which is not racing.
Yeah, but they don't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, no, like city trial is the most important thing, but they did talk about the air ride part first.
Well, yeah.
It's not called
But he
Kirby
made- but
City
he
Trial.
made
It's
sure to
called
be
Kirby
like-
Air Ride.
What did he keep saying that whole time though? Mode. He was very emphasizing like this is not what the game is. This is just a mode that's in the game.
I 100% agree with the intent, but and listen, today I was arguing that I it's not a race, and I agree. I think when we're having the conversation with people who understand, they should like when I see like YouTube or Twitter comments saying, "Oh, it's a kart race." No, it's not. Not really. That's not fair.
Yeah.
But Kiwi's point about how it'll sell for families, I didn't think about that, and I feel like I have to concede that point. Like, yeah, I mean, people are at first glance are going to think it's a racing game.
Well, we have time between now and November. I mean, how do you all think is the best way to market it before it gets to that point?
They have a dedicated X account for it. So I got a feeling we're going to get like regular updates on that and Nintendo Today all the time.
Yeah.
And I think most of those updates are going to be like pushing the city trial stuff.
Yeah. And hopefully, events like Gamescom and PAX where people are going to get a chance to go hands-on.
Maybe
Hopefully word of
demos
mouth
at
is
GameStops,
going to help with that.
They could drop this demo. But what they should do? They should just offer a demo on the eShop.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what they should do. Right in big font on the back of the game case, they should put in this non-racing action battler, you can play as, and then list off some of the characters
as they show a drag race.
Do not race around 32 courses as you battle your way in this epic non-racing game. That's what they should.
Epic non-racing racing game.
Yeah.
No, so I'm gonna provide another perspective. Like maybe Nintendo's completely okay with this game not selling a whole bunch.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's gonna maybe they're not projecting this game to sell 5-10 million copies, or maybe 5 million is actually attainable for a game like this because it's gonna have the word of mouth. It has the high replayability. It's probably gonna have some legs, and it's just a good game. Like at the end of the day, maybe their perspective is this is a good game. We're not expecting it to sell like Mario Kart World. It doesn't have to. Most games don't have to.
Right.
I think sometimes a lot of people are like, "Oh, that game is not going to sell 20 million, therefore it's garbage." Listen, most devs would be happy if their games sold 1 million or 2 million copies, right?
Right.
Like, yeah, those are successful series. Like we see people like insulting Metroid for only selling 3 million copies. Like that's a lot.
Yeah,
for Metroid, that's a lot.
But it all depends on the budget of a game.
Sure.
If you sell 20 million units and your game costs like $300 million to make, the profit ain't that great.
Sounds familiar.
Well, Nintendo budgets are never that high for anything other than Zelda.
Right.
No. Smash Brothers is very expensive to make, and Metroid Prime 4 is one of the most expensive games Nintendo has ever made. I'm talking like $100 million. That game has to sell like 5 million units to break even.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for Metroid Prime 4 because it's like Zelda has justified the budget because you're going to sell 4 or 5, and that was before it blew up the way it has.
Yeah.
So like Zelda could have a bigger budget because you're probably going to at least break even on a bad selling game like Skyward Sword. So yeah, crazy. Like the Metroid Prime 4 budget's insane because like this franchise hasn't earned that level of budget. And yet they're doing it anyways. So
it might be Nintendo's
game that breaks through. Smash the walls now.
I mean, look, they went hard on Donkey Kong. I would argue it's a similar situation. Like, yeah, Donkey Kong historically is a little bit better, but it's not like substantially. We're not talking about leaps and bounds like more sales potential than Metroid, right? Like, and they just went hard on Donkey Kong. So
sure, I think the difference is salaries are a lot cheaper in Japan than the States. Austin, Texas, salaries are very, very high there.
Yeah.
So that's a big reason for the cost. Is just the fact that it's made by a Western developer, and
I'm what Nintendo considers success. Like, here's the thing: no one expects this game, even Nintendo, to sell like Mario Kart, right? Like Mario Kart's bundled in with the system for crying out loud. Right. Mario Kart, like literally nothing they have sells as good as Mario Kart. It is their best-selling IP. So
you never know with all the negative discourse that what a story that would be if Kirby and Riders outsells Mario Kart.
Look at Pokemon.
People are trying to make a point.
There's like a 97% attach rate with Mario Kart right now. Like,
if there's anything the internet has taught me though, is that the negative discourse means absolutely nothing for success.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. It's an echo chamber. Yeah.
Pokemon gets boycotted and then top seller all the time.
I know.
Boycott Pokemon. Like the last game is literally the second best selling Pokemon game of all time. Oh, you're falling through the world. We have all these bugs. Yeah, it's still the second best selling Pokemon game of all time. Have a good day.
Which is nuts.
But
this game, just to get my final statement in, is obviously I'm really excited. I think it's incredible. It's going to sell better. Well, not sell better, but I think it's a better game than Mario Kart. At least from what I'm seeing. Of course, I haven't gone hands on yet. My opinion might change. I'm going to be playing this game at PAX, so my opinion might change after that, or I might get more hyped. We'll see. But the game doesn't probably have to sell a crap load, I think, to be considered a success for Nintendo. Like the original sold like 1.35 million, which was 6% of the entire install base of what is it of? God,
GameCube, the best console.
And what's cool about that is if you extrapolate that to 6% of like Switch sales, that's like 9.3 million. I'm not saying it's going to sell. I'm not saying it's going to sell 6% of the Nintendo Switch 2's install base, like long haul, the lifetime to date or whatever. But I do think that, it's probably going to end up moving. They positioned it as the holiday title. We haven't really talked much about that. They are positioning this as like, we're pushing this for Black Friday. And can
I just do one little correction if you don't mind? I don't like when people say the holiday title. I think you should say a holiday title.
Well, I
think you'll agree.
Because they positioned it right before Black Friday.
Okay.
That was the thing. They always position one game right before Black Friday when the system's going to sell out. This is the game they positioned as. This is the newest thing when you come to our store. Anyway, that's what I mean by that. Obviously, we know holiday titles are basically anything that's released from October through like December even.
Right.
Like, we know that. Like Pokemon's going to be the best seller probably for Nintendo this holiday. We know that.
Probably.
That said, I think it's interesting because they positioned it for the Black Friday game. And I kind of think that this, I don't know what it's going to do at launch, but I think long haul, this is probably going to sell at least 3 million, maybe more.
I think it's important to note quickly that Kirby is more popular than it's ever been.
Yeah,
and I think the Sakurai effect will play a part. People will buy it because of Sakurai's prestigious name that he has.
Yes, and I think that's the thing. Like 3 million, to me is like what I kind of feel like the minimum. I don't know if it's going to outsell something like Forgotten Land long haul.
I could see this game hitting 5 mil. I could see this game hitting 5 mil.
Depends if it's evergreen. Like that's the thing.
Online city trial. Like I don't like. It's a tough call.
Will it be evergreen? That's the real question. If it's evergreen, this is a 10 million plus seller. If it's evergreen,
if this game is a complete blast to play, the different game modes, I think it will be somewhat evergreen. I don't think it's going to be evergreen in the way that Mario and Animal Crossing have been, but I could see it being slightly evergreen.
If it does well, DLC.
Yeah, I'll say there's three factors.
City trial map.
There's 3 factors that this game has going for it. Like you said, Sakurai, he's right there with Kojima, where people will go and purchase the game for the name. It has the online presence to where you do have creators like Rogers Base that really loves this game. So they're going to showcase city trials where most people didn't even know existed on the first game. And then, of course, you have the longevity of it to where Smash, this could get Smash type DLC. Smash had a lot of DLC where I feel like Sakurai did not have to do everything that he did for that game. But yeah, it could get to that point.
Yeah,
the main thing is casuals. They're the main one that you have to. They will be the ones that will decide whether this is a super success or not.
Yeah.
Action Jack, I like that you mentioned Smash because there was a brief moment like when I knew at the end they were going to tease a new character. I was like, oh crap, he's bringing Pit. Like Pit's gonna about to show up. It wasn't, of course, but like I was fully ready for that to happen in that moment.
Yeah, I felt like we were all supposed to like know who that was at the end.
Yeah.
No, I think it's just something new. I mean, it's we already went over the theories.
and sound they were. But let's bring it on over to the Spice Man.
Yeah.
Eric Moore, how we doing, bud? What are we thinking?
I watched it at work, and so I was kind of distracted here and there through it. So I didn't watch the full thing. I know I had time here. I've been in and out of consciousness. I didn't sleep well last night. But from what I saw, it's kind of weird that this game feels like yet is so different from many games. Mario Kart, Smash. I mean, we've gone through the lists and things like that. It's just so crazy that there's parts of it you look at it and go, holy shit, this feels like X game, but yet it's so different. It's insane. And then the world that you Skya, oh my god, is that thing gorgeous? I mean, that volcano is freaking awesome. I want to drive through that damn thing. But yeah, it's I think the demo will probably decide whether or not I get it. Oh yeah, one other thing that I did want to mention is it does look like there is some like quality of life updates from between the two. Because like before you had to jump off your machine to jump on a new one, where now you can just do it on the fly, jump between them. And then cheaper, sorry. The different power-ups, how they're like, don't go, just picking them up all willy-nilly. You got to try to plan it out. And because if you went all speed, well, your weight might not be right for that and stuff like that. It's just kind of cool that how intricate this thing can be. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Hell yeah, love it. Yeah, I mean, I echo a lot of what you guys have mentioned. This is an interesting one because I like Kiwi. I was never a huge Kirby fan. I love the recent game. The Forgotten Land was a lot of fun. I forget the name. Guys, help me out. The one on 3DS where you go into the mechs was a blast. I loved that game.
Robot?
Yeah. Yes. Those two I absolutely loved. And of course, I played the classics on NES and SNES and Game Boy and 64. But Kirby's never really done it for me. So when this one got announced, I was met with the same confusion of, we have a bunch of racing games coming out. This just seems like a weird one to be confirmed for this year. I feel like that reveal slot could have been used for something else, like Splatoon Raiders, to really diversify that direct. But that being said, while I never had interest in the original game, I was extremely impressed with this presentation. First off, I got to say, Sakurai is awesome. He just seems like such a cool guy. He just seems awesome, just like the way he talks, his personality. And I love how he opened up giving, a brief history of the series. I think that, this is obviously one that's not like an iconic name. So it's kind of cool for people to see where it started and where it's going. That being said, my opinion changed a lot on this game. I thought it looked fantastic. I think as the show started, I was like, it looks kind of interesting, but I'm not quite sold on it. And as the presentation went on, it just got better. It just kept giving and giving. And I was like, wow, there's a lot to this. These tracks look super immersive with all the chaos going on when he goes to that water level with the ocean parts, and there's the giant whirlpool and going through the caverns. And I don't know that I think this game looked better than Mario Kart World like Nate, but I will say I think the tracks looked a lot more interesting and immersive than Mario Kart World. There was a trade-off in World. This one, it's like there's just such an arcadey vibe to these tracks that I thought was really cool, and it makes them feel really action-packed. On top of that, you have the super abilities and the combat mechanics, and it just seems like a really good time. On top of that, all the different modes that you guys have talked about. Again, this isn't a game that I played, in the past, so I'm really interested, like Stash, to see what this game looks like and feels like in person when we all get to go hands-on PAX. And I think for me, as much as I enjoyed this Direct, I'm not sold as a day one purchase yet. And maybe PAX, my experience at PAX will change that. And I don't say that because I've been giving this game glowing praise. I really do think it looks amazing. And I say this with fully understanding that it's not just a kart racer like World or like the Sonic game that's coming out. But because we have so many games in the similar genre, especially when you incorporate like the new Fast Fusion, I am really excited for the Sonic Racing game. It looks more janky than this. But as a big Yakuza fan, as a big Persona fan, getting those characters in there, like that's a big one for me. So this one looks like a definite Christmas purchase. I've got a family. I got kids that I know are going to eat this one up. This also looks like one that I'm going to want to have for party scenarios, jumping into these mini games. So I'm sold. I just don't know that I'm day one sold. This might be a Christmas time purchase for me, and I'll know for sure in a week when I go hands-on. I do want to say I did find it interesting. I'm not sure if you guys checked out some of the hands-on impressions for this one at Gamescom, but I did hear that some people were getting motion sickness. It sounds like it's just from being too close to the screen, but I did find that interesting. You guys hear about that? Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
I did. I heard was it My Nintendo News?
Yeah,
it may have been. I think Nintendo Life commented on it and that they asked about it, and that the Nintendo staffers said it was making them sick too, which I thought was funny.
Yeah, that's interesting. Obviously we'll find out next week, but I don't know. I really don't know how to take that, or what kind of stock to even put into that. Right. To each their own. Everybody's different, right? Some people can stomach VR gaming and others can't.
Yeah.
I'm one that can. I'm not concerned about it.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. But yeah, if you're standing really close to the TV, that's going to happen with anything.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a lot of flash and animation taking place on the screen at the same time. So I can imagine, like, even coming from my VR side of things, like, it can happen very quick. Especially those TVs look like they were in the 60-inch range, if not higher, and you're right in front of it.
Mr. Pinug in my chat, I'll just throw this out there. He did mention that Felix also got motion sickness from playing Donkey Kong Bonanza, just to give you a little bit of insight.
Yeah, he did.
Which, again, it's never something that entered my mind, right?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Also, Bonanza has a setting that you can like turn a certain thing off that I think fixes that problem. I think it's I can't remember what it is because I never got motion sickness, but there's like literally a setting in there to turn something off that causes the motion sickness.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, I remember. The only reason I say that is there was somebody in my chat on a stream that was complaining about it, and I mentioned that setting to them, and then it's just something I googled up, and because I didn't even know it existed, and it was never talked about. I wish they would have advertised that there was that setting existed. They turned it off, and then all of a sudden the motion sickness went away. So I was like, oh, okay, well that's what's causing it.
Interesting. But yeah, final thoughts on this before we move on to the next topic. I'm really excited to play it. again, I want to double down, and I love how immersive and intense some of these courses look to be. Mario Kart World is pretty mellow. My favorite course in Mario Kart World is Rainbow Road. I think it's beautiful, and I love how many changes you go through as you go through that course. I hope we get more stuff that's as dynamic as that down the road when we get Mario Kart DLC, especially if they branch off into different IP and do Zelda DLC and Donkey Kong DLC and all that fun stuff. But it really gives me those awesome arcade vibes when I think of games like not Tropic Thunder, Arctic Thunder and Hydro Thunder.
Yeah,
where there's just so much happening in the course that just gives that epic feel. And this game seems to have that, and I really like that.
Game Bird.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, are you planning on playing Sonic Racing Cross Worlds?
Yes, because I was talking about that earlier.
Everything you just said is that, because I played in the beta for it, and that's exactly what it's like.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that game. I really want to play it. And again, this, Stash, how much I love Yakuza and Persona. And
that's
characters
right.
from those games are featured.
All your homies are there.
My homies are there, so I gotta support it. But yeah, I mean, hey, if you like kart games and you like games that are non-kart racers but more in the lines of vehicular battle games, you're eating good this gen. So
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I'm curious if we get the original for NSO.
That would be cool.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that's my topic, folks.
All right.
Stash. Okay, so Gamescom opening night live's come and gone. There's been, of course, a lot of hands-on impressions today, but not as many as I would have hoped for. And we'll get into the details as to why. There's reasons behind this that I've found out. But first, let's kind of dive into the one game that people haven't been able to stop talking about for a very long time. That's Silksong, right?
Mm-hmm.
And interestingly enough, Nate, you mentioned this is the same demo you played in 2019 at
That's
PAX
crazy.
East, right?
No, it was at E3. They had this
E3.
demo at E3 and Gamescom that year.
Insane. So that is very interesting to note. They must have been really hard at work on that game for them to not drop a new demo here in 2025. A couple good things to note. Handheld mode, it's running. They're saying is running at 120 frames per second.
Hell yeah!
Which I don't know if anyone was expecting that. It's one thing I think for Mina the Hollower to run at 120 frames, which is very cool. But for this, Nate, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think we should have expected it because the original game ran 120 on every other system but Switch. But Switch couldn't do 120. So I think we probably should have expected it. We just weren't thinking about it because we're just not used to thinking 120 and Nintendo anything,
Yeah, but it's pretty cool, right? This would be, I guess, between that Mina Metroid, of course, when that comes out 120.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of nice to get a few games that are going to be able to perform at 120 frames per second. It's been said, right, that it would be available day one with the Xbox ROG Ally, right? That's releasing October 16th. We're supposed to find out tomorrow, most likely, right, what the actual release date's going to be.
You'd assume.
Right.
You'd assume.
They've called a meeting. Everyone is ready to attend. I know we're all going to be, watching the news on that one unfold.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to hear you guys' thoughts, I guess, to start off on Silksong being the same demo. Does that give you, I guess, any concern? And what do you think about as far as the release date is concerned? Let me hear from Action Jack first.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of weird to have the same demo Now, granted, if it was just going from one show to the next within the same year, that's understandable. But we're talking about years since we've seen or heard anything from this game, other than just promises of, hey, it's coming this year. It's coming this year. Rumor is it's coming this year. So I'm just more inclined to see if it actually does release on October 16th. But it is interesting that they chose to only showcase this demo, which I heard myself watching other channels. But other than that, as long as it releases and as long as the game is polished at this point, I think Team Cherry has quite a long time to get this game ready to go. But I'm also interested to see if we do get that release date on the 16th. For the 16th, is that also the same date as the Switch 2? Or if they plan to do like a later release, because I think we saw that today with what game was that just got a release date, and they were mentioning that the Nintendo Switch 2 and Switch version was coming later. I'm forgetting the game right now, but hopefully it's just day and date. But ultimately, I mean, I haven't gotten a chance to try the game. It's been a while since I played Hollow Knight, so I'm just looking for the game to release, and hopefully it's something solid and fun.
I think you're talking about the Rogue Prince of Persia.
Yeah.
That was the one. Yeah, today, because I saw that there was a I think it was a demo. I know it was for free on PlayStation Plus.
Yeah.
And then I saw below that, yeah, Switch 2, they're gonna get later. No date, unfortunately.
Yep. So hopefully this is day and date. This will breed well for both the Xbox Ally and Ally X along with the Switch, so it gets into that handheld territory. It will be a great showcase game for that device in itself, and then also just yet another great game for the Switch 2. I'm a big fan of platformers, so this will be a great game to get into. Just hopefully is priced well and it does actually release.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what the price is. One thing I'll mention too is, during the show, I'm sure Jeff really wanted to have the release date, of course.
Yeah.
He did get to mention that it is coming out in 2025. So we do know that much, which we only have a few months left in the year. So it'll be here before we know it, thankfully. And then there's supposed to be a report from Jason Schreier as to why it took this long and kind of break down all the details on it, which I think should be pretty interesting as well. I just want to throw that out there for everyone else who's interested. That should probably be a good read. All right. Kiwi Talkz, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's hard to say without actually playing the game, but from what it sounds like and from what I've read is it's like Hollow Knight 2.0. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, that's up to the individual. But my concern is that this doesn't live up to the expectations because people have been waiting so long, and Team Cherry end up getting abused for it. Even if it's great, there'll be people that'll be like, why did we have to wait this long? Or they'll just rank it lower, or it'll get lower ranked reviews on Metacritic because of the wait.
We just talked about this.
We just talked about this
a week or two ago with this and with Metroid Prime 4, because it's been so long and people might give it a lower review because they're just bitter because it's taken so long, which people like that shouldn't be reviewing games.
Correct.
You must leave your emotion out.
But people put their emotions into their review, you see? Like people have their own biases, preconceived ideas of what something should be. Like I even saw with Donkey Kong Bonanza in the review, people were like giving it lower marks because it wasn't like Odyssey.
Yeah.
It's
absolutely silly. And I want to let you finish your thoughts, Kiwi, but I'm glad you mentioned that because I've been worried about that for a while. I mean, this game's been, in development for so long now. And I asked myself, how are people going to, I was asking this 2 years ago. It's an indie game. How is it going to live up to people's expectations, given we've been waiting so long? And, Hollow Knight's fantastic. I don't know that I necessarily would look at it oh my gosh, this is one of the greatest games I've played in the last decade. So I feel like there's an expectation for this game that exceeds where it even should be. I'm reminded of Hellblade 2. And, a lot of that's Microsoft's fault where they propped that game up to be. the first one obviously was a fantastic and unique experience, and the second game was propped up to be this even greater, unbelievable next gen experience. And it should have never been propped up that big. And I do worry that people are going to expect way more than this game can deliver. I think all we need is Hollow Knight 2.0, because Hollow Knight's a great game. That's all we need.
Yeah,
more of the same with improvements along the way.
And I think there's only like 3 devs, and they've just been taking their sweet time.
Yeah,
which is fine, but unfortunately, the internet is not very good when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah.
So
no, they're not.
Yeah, I've been wanting to interview them for quite a while, so I'm hoping once Silksong comes out, I can actually speak to them and then do a bit of a deep dive on it. But we'll just have to see. But yeah, my only concern is that they get abused just because of how much time it's taken. But I'm sure it'll be great, regardless.
Awesome, Andres. Let's hear your thoughts, man.
Hated it. I don't really have much thoughts on it, to be honest with you. I'll play it when it comes out.
Do you think we'll get that October 16th date? It doesn't even matter to you because we know it's coming out in 2025. I mean, October 16th is the day we get Pokemon as well.
That's right.
I know. I'm like, really? You want to release it on that day? Okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
The games are going to come out. You know, like games are going to come out. Not everyone's going to play Pokemon.
No.
So
it's true.
As long as big Nintendo releases are on the same, like they're different companies.
Yeah.
And it's
Different
multiplayer
games.
as well. So
it's Metroidvania.
Yeah, exactly. Like other people are going to play it. Yeah. I'm sorry. I just don't have much opinions on this. I
have plenty. This game's going to do great. For starters, I played it back in 2019, so I already know like how good it was back then. But like, I'm glad the content that I played back then is still relevant. That was not one nice thing about the demo being the same is they didn't cut it. That's like real content from the game. I think the reason the demo is probably the same is just this is the beginning of the game, and they don't really want to show more than that unless you buy it. And tomorrow we're going to get the release date, most likely. That's probably what that special event they're doing on their YouTube channel is. So even our audio listeners and stuff, you'll probably already know the release date before you even listen to this podcast.
Probably.
But one thing that's important to know, like, this game took forever to get made. As Demar Brawler mentions, it's only 3 people. They didn't expand their team after the original game. It's the same 3 people that made the first game. So,
and they've got Scrooge McDuck money, so they can take their sweet time,
Yeah, well, the first one did really well. So, they're probably doing okay money-wise, so they can take their time. But you got to remember, like, that was back in 2019. That was before COVID. If anyone on that team got hit with COVID or had family members hit with COVID, it would make development drop to a crawl.
Yeah.
Because that's 33% of your development just gone. Like no game is going to suddenly come out smooth. And the thing is, I don't know how they make the game. Each one of them is probably pivotal for certain aspects of the game that if they're gone, you can't make progress on certain things. So again, we don't know. And I don't know if they're ever going to tell us in an interview, what happened and why it took so long. Because I know that's going to be a question asked of them eventually. Is like, why did this take so long, especially compared to the first game?
Well, that's the interview that's coming out. Jason Schreier.
Yeah.
That's what he said he's going to answer.
Yeah.
It's coming out tomorrow.
It's because we
answer it.
I know why it took so long.
They could literally just say, we're not going to answer that question.
I don't think COVID played as much as a part, though, because in South Australia, Adelaide, where they're based, I don't think there was a severe lockdown there. There were in other parts of Australia, but in that state, I think they were okay.
Well, that's the thing. Well, that's the thing about COVID. You don't have to have a lockdown for someone to get it. And then that could affect your whole family. And I don't mean like affect your whole family in that like everyone gets COVID. But if, let's say one of their wives got it, they're definitely, you're taking care of them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So like, that's the thing. Like, you don't have to have lockdowns. It just takes one person in your family. And again, I'm not saying COVID is the reason, by the way. It just, that is, we saw so many other games get delayed because of COVID. I kind of just feel like, hey, if this game might have got delayed too, it's okay. You know?
I think what I'm trying to say is like I don't think there were many cases of COVID in Adelaide, as far as I can recall. Yeah. I mean, maybe it did play a part. I mean, Jason Schreier might ask, or I'll ask at some point.
I think more likely,
maybe if they choose the answer.
I think the reason why it took so long is they were busy playing Tears of the Kingdom and Baldur's Gate 3 last year.
Yeah, what if they were just lazy? There's three of them. Who's holding them
They're
accountable?
gamers, man. There's been a lot of great releases lately. With a team of 3, Switch 2 drops. You think they're working on Hollow Knight Silksong?
You know what I think it's like, Craig? Because this is a small project, right?
Mhm.
You know how like you ever see like those really cool, like a really cool video on YouTube that's like an animated thing. Like, have you guys seen Starter Squad?
Mm-mm.
No one's seen Starter Squad, like the Pokemon.
No.
Yeah, YouTube search Starter Squad. You're in for a great 45 minutes. But it has a huge following. But it's made by one person, and they only come out with an episode like every 2 or 3 years, and everyone's like every day like waiting for an update. But it's a one-person job, and they did an amazing job. But it was a one-person job, and it may be as simple as that. I don't know. But I'll say this, since I feel like thinking about it a little bit more. The wait, I feel like, is going to help the game. I feel like people talk about Silksong because of how long it's taken.
True.
It can be a double-edged sword.
Yes, but I think in this case, because it's an indie title, it's going to work in its favor. It's not like, a huge AAA developer getting stuck in development hell due to whatever sort of incompetent, management issues. This is just a small team dealing with whatever life has thrown at them. So I think it's probably going to work in their favor.
I'm expecting a lot of people saying things like, for a game that took so and so long to develop, it sure is more of the same.
Yeah.
It doesn't reinvent itself. Nothing new to be found here. I'm expecting a lot of people to be burnt on the wait time, and I think it's at no fault of Silksong. I haven't played it yet, but I know both Prime and Stash have. Eric, did you play at all by any chance? Yeah, yes. And you guys all had great experiences. You all loved the demo. The first game's great. The combat looks a lot faster and more action packed this time around. I have complete faith in this game. I think it's more just going to be, the sentiment. Like, people are really impatient and they want some sort of justification for the wait. Prime.
Okay. 2 things. One, I was just curious about the COVID stuff in Adelaide. They did have 2 major breakouts that caused like 6-day and 8-day lockdowns in the whole city. And they also, how they tried to prevent it in the future was they actually locked down their borders and weren't letting people in from other states. But they did technically have 2 major breakouts. They never were in lockdown like the whole US was for, months and months and months and months. But they did have 2 major breakouts anyways. That being said, locking down their borders probably is what's prevented it after that. Can't come in. Sorry. Get the hell out of here. They basically self-isolated. I guess that's probably the way to look at it, like that. But to the point of, the sentiment that Gamebird was talking about, what's crazy? At E3, there wasn't a line to play Silksong. According to people at Gamescom, it's the largest line of all of the game demos at Nintendo.
That's wild.
That hype.
So I kind of think the opposite has happened. More people have now bought Hollow Knight since then. I think Metroidvanias have gotten even more popular.
Sure.
Yeah, they have.
Called one of the best Metroidvania indie games. Yep. So I think actually what's happened is it's gotten more popular the longer we've waited. And
FOMO as well.
People that feel a little impatient because they've been waiting for so long, I think it's actually going to explode right out the gate.
Yeah.
Especially because it's all still on Switch, by the way. That's a key component. And I know it's multi-platform, but still, it sold the most on Switch, the original. It'd be cool if it would just be, Switch 2 only, but no, you got to care about sales. It's on Switch as well. just in case people forget, because the Switch 2 version is being pushed. It is releasing on Switch the same day. So, well, we don't know release dates yet. I guess I can't say that, but
yeah. I mean, I think the game's going to do really well. I think there's a lot of excitement. I worry about the sentiment past release when people have gotten to, spend a lot of time. And again, my worry is not that the game's not going to be good. I think it's going to be great. People also have a tendency to put certain companies on a pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
And like
living up to the hype is going to be hard to do.
You have to ask, outside of Hollow Knight, what other releases do they have under their belt to qualify them to put them on this pet? Like, oh, everything they touches gold.
Mm-hmm.
Have they made anything other than Hollow Knight that I'm not familiar with?
No, Hollow Knight was the first game.
So there you go.
But they have faith in them because they're making just another one of those.
I think of the team that made they made Limbo. Amazing indie game. And then they did Inside. Amazing. And then I forget the name of the third game that people were so hyped for, and it reviewed really poorly. But I forget what it was called. It came out after Limbo.
I didn't even know they did a third one.
Yeah, haven't a lot of the devs left of that original?
Yes,
yeah.
They did. But I'm just saying, like, putting on a pedestal, things could change. And again, I'm not saying that this game won't be amazing. I do think it's going to be amazing. I'm just saying we got to be careful about putting, especially like an indie studio, like temper your expectations. It's an indie game. Expect an amazing indie game.
Go the other way. Go the other way with this game, because all those reasons you talked about are definitely true. You get all this faith in the studio and they let you down. We see this all the time with AAA studios. You definitely see it with indie studios, especially as indie studios grow. This indie studio didn't grow. It's the exact same people that made the original.
Sure.
Right.
So like, my thing is, it's never going to live up to the expectations some people have put it on. They expect this to be the greatest Metroidvania of all time. It probably won't be that. It might, but it probably won't. That being said, I don't think anyone's worried that this isn't going to be a very, very good game.
Right.
Just because there's been no turnover and it's the same people who made the first. And literally, that's the only game they've made. They sure as hell did a really damn good job for their first crack at it.
Yeah.
Sure.
So,
absolutely. Eric, what are your thoughts?
If we get a different kind of game, then you don't know. That's an unknown.
My thoughts, been there, played that. It'd be interesting to see the side-by-side comparisons of the footage and stuff like that. See, if it looks any better, if it runs any smoother, that type of stuff. That's going to be the interesting part of it for me.
Yeah, for sure.
And when I say been there, played that, it's the demo. Obviously, I haven't played the game, but
yeah. No, you guys all made really good points. Metroidvania is one of my favorite genres. I've been saying this the last few years. I'm not sure why it's not recognized at the Game Awards. Because if you look at the amount of Metroidvanias that are developed each year, especially if you look towards PC Steam, it's really blown up there. And when they do really good there, that's when they make their way over to console, right? Very often. So I'm very excited for it. I have no concerns whatsoever about this game. I'll be there day one alongside, I'm sure, all of you guys. Very excited for it. All right. So let's jump into the next one. And this one's not as positive, guys. Now, look, I made a joke a few episodes ago. You guys might remember this joke. I know I got a lot, but you might remember this one. And I was saying that I really hope this isn't the tarnished edition.
Yes.
I hope they didn't name it such. Okay. And so far, people are running with that joke now, from what I've been seeing. Okay. First off, let's start at the top. Nobody's allowed to show footage. Nobody. All you can get is people discussing their gameplay. So Nintendo Life, they did have a video on it, and we're able to discuss how it ran. And I believe it was Felix as well who got to play it. And look, man, Nintendo Life, for the most part, I think they're a pretty positive bunch, and they don't get held up by too many of the small things. And so when Felix explains it the way he did, I know that it was pretty bad. He was saying that like when you go through the doors, right, when you start the game, right, and the open world, you see the actual open world, it opens up. He thought maybe it was like between 10 to 20 frames per second. He said it felt like playing Ocarina of Time on N64.
Epic.
Yeah, and he went into good detail on it, okay? Obviously, between what he had said and between the fact that they're not allowing any footage, which, again, this is interesting to me because this is going to be playable, at PAX as well. And so I got to ask, I guess, why would you put a product like this out there if the game's not ready? But based on the discussions had at Gamescom is that the game will be improved, right? That's what I had read, that the game will be better when it comes out. But when is it coming out? And so, I went back and just double checked the Switch 2 Direct. I just fast forwarded through it.
2025.
Just to double check. I'm like, maybe I forgot. There's been a lot going on this year.
Mm-hmm.
Sure enough, it's 2025. I'm like, okay. I mean, things can change. We all know that. But still, as of right now, it's 2025. So I got to ask, it's August 20th. It's out there for demo. What do you guys think about this news? Now, the other thing I'll throw in there real quick is if you did play Elden Ring at launch on PlayStation, which like I played it at launch from Software games, sometimes they're a little rough. And it takes a couple of patches to get things running smoother. And it did with that game. I think I played it over 200 hours. I ended up getting the platinum on the game, but I played it over a course of several months. So I was able to see where it was on the first patch and then see where it was a patch or two down the road. And it did feel considerably better. So thoughts on that, Action Jack? Let's go ahead and start with you first, man.
We got to add him back.
Is he on there?
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, no, he's out. Never mind. He's taking himself.
There he is.
Oh, he's in.
Yeah,
all
I had
right.
to switch to mobile hotspot because Wi-Fi is going
All
in and
right.
out.
Yeah. Okay.
But I was surprised to hear that they would showcase it in that condition. Now, granted, you couldn't show any video, which was interesting in itself. But like you said, I was there day one with Elden Ring, and it didn't work very well for me. I had it on the Series X, but with updates over time, it kind of smoothed itself out. But to even showcase it and still claim 2025 is very interesting to me. With anything, there are some developers that don't mind sending their games out there with tons of bugs and just update them and fix them over time. And I feel like From Software, is it From Software or Bandai? I forgot.
Both.
Both? Okay. So they don't mind sending this out there as is. And sometimes it gives off the wrong impression that you don't necessarily care for the Switch, because that's what I see a lot of the communication of, okay, they're just sending it out there just because and not giving too much attention or love to the Switch. But as one of the first launch window games out there, you should put your best foot forward, especially if we're talking about this is also coming with the DLC of the Tarnished Edition. So hopefully whenever they give us a date, it is cleaned up. I can foresee it getting pushed to next year. It's kind of crowded as is, even though we don't have release dates for everything. If we remember back to the Direct, almost everything had 2025 on it, other than the one game for 2026 that we were going to get, Dustbloods. But I if it's as bad as everyone was saying, going down to like 15 to almost 20 frames per second the moment you got into the open world, that might need to be pushed.
Yeah, so one thing I want to throw out there too, that is the first thing I thought of when they said they don't want anyone showing the footage, which was like, the positive thought of it, in that this is not representative of the final product, which is why we don't want to show the footage. And as we know, when it comes to demos, a lot of times those have to be prepared months in advance.
Mm-hmm.
And we can go back to like when I was at the Switch 2 experience playing Cyberpunk, right? And taking gameplay footage of that. Very similar in that what I played at the Switch 2 experience versus what actually came out was much better. And even though what I played at Switch 2 experience was good. But again, it all goes back to that demo was not representative of what they were working on right now today in the office. You know what I mean? Like you have to have this prepared plenty of time in advance. So that is one, I think, kind of silver lining, right? In that maybe that's why. Maybe they don't want people to see it right now because, hey, dude, this isn't what it's going to look like. Like if you saw what was running in the office right now, it would be completely different. But we don't have time to do that because we're trying to get the game out the door by 2025.
I guess
That
the
would be my
question is
hope.
why even show the demo?
That's what I was about to say. Yeah.
That is the question,
Exactly.
right? Then why?
Oh, it's obvious because when they showed the game, right, they teased it. It didn't look like it was running well. You don't have a public demo. People assume you're hiding the fact that it's running like shit.
So then just show it running like shit instead.
No, because some people are going to go hands on and not mind it.
Yeah. Well,
it
look,
happens every time.
we're
It
going to
happens
play it next
literally
week.
every time.
We'll find out.
Think of
Yeah,
someone
we'll
like
find out.
performing. There's like these games that perform like shit on Switch, and I hear from people that play it all the time. Doesn't bother me. It's actually fine.
I will say that I find that most people are way too anal about frame rate.
They are,
I think the complaints of frame rate in Donkey Kong are greatly exaggerated. And don't get me wrong, I see them. I got good eyes.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's
they're definitely
Well, hold
exaggerated.
on. There's a big difference between dropping from 30 frames per second to 20 frames per second than 60 frames per second to like 20 frames per second.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The jump
I mean,
is a lot more like, whoa, okay. This
Jarring,
is,
yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot more
Yeah.
jarring. Because I was heavily critical of Donkey Kong Bonanza's frame rate.
Okay.
Because it was very, very jarring. And there were a couple of instances, mostly with Void Kong, where it felt like it was like
with the
15
walls, right? You see it in the walls.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it like I died so many times because it's just like a sudden jarring nature to it. There were other issues as well, but like
I just
obviously
thought
not
I
everybody
sucked
has
during that fight.
What's that?
I just thought I sucked during that fight because I died a lot too.
Yeah, no, man.
Yeah.
Like it's a frame rate thing because you've got like this fluid movement, and then all of a sudden it starts lagging and like
Hard to predict.
Yeah, and especially with everything that's going on in that boss fight, like you need to be able to make quick decisions, right? And when you're thinking about that, it just messes up the whole vibe, man.
Well, the comparison I would go with too, in Prime, you would probably know just as well as I do. Sports games now, you'll get the visuals probably like the week before. And Madden, we didn't see anything until like that last direct. And I'm fine with it. Like I purchased the game, it runs smooth within game, and then it has its typical Madden hiccups. Like if you're familiar with it, you know what's up. But we have, if you get the early release, 2K comes out in what, a week?
We don't get the early release on Switch too.
Right. But even then with
sucks.
2K, it's at the top of next month, and we have not seen any Switch gameplay of that game at
September
all.
5th, yeah.
And I got a feeling they'll just drop it without any visual.
I'm concerned. Like I'd be lying if I said I'm not actually concerned about that game because I've been playing 2K since '99 on Dreamcast. I've
Me
never
too.
missed a year. I'm very excited. I love basketball, so it's concerning, but at the same time, they said it's going to be the Gen 9 on Switch 2. And the only other thing that gives me hope, right, is how good they did with WWE, but that
Correct.
was Shiver.
Yeah. Shiver.
So is Shiver handling it?
So I also want to note something that also concerns me about this version of the game is Madden. It's got its issues. It's fine. It's perfectly playable. But, it's like half the frame rate of the other version. So there's no crossplay because you are at literally a disadvantage.
Yep.
So they just won't let crossplay happen. There's no crossplay with NBA 2K26 on Switch 2 either.
Saw that
So
coming.
that's like clearly it's not just about it visually looking worse. That's fine. It can visually look worse and you can be perfectly competitive. It's about how it runs. Is it still 30 FPS?
Yeah, that's the question. That is
That's
the
the
question.
question.
And hopefully Shiver helps. But, like I said, with the Elden Ring situation, they could perfectly wait until it's time to come out and we won't see or hear anything from this game. And that's what worries me too, especially if we're talking about getting a new crowd that's only stayed on Nintendo into
There's
this game.
also another theory I have with this game is, they don't want people recording footage and really showing that it's running like crap. They literally stop you from doing it when you try.
Mm-hmm.
But what if the game's being delayed?
Yeah.
That literally actually be what's going on. Like maybe the Switch 2 version, because I know this version is coming to other systems. The Switch 2 version, or maybe the whole thing could be like, hey, we just want to see what people think about the state of the game at the moment. That's why we're putting the demo out there. It's kind of like a play test, but we don't want anyone actually putting footage of it out, because think about how many times you have a private play test, but the footage gets out, right? This is a way to kind of do that without the footage actually getting out. We're stopping. Someone's going to sneak something. It happens every time, but it's not going to be as widespread as it would be if it would have been like, a private beta that you play at home, right? So it could just be that they haven't announced it yet, but maybe it's getting bumped to 2026, and that could be something that maybe gets announced in the next Direct or something. Like they show a more modern version that's maybe running like the best they can make this small little section run, and then they're like, hey, we need more time. We're gonna do this early 2026 or whatever. Because I that's the thing. Like From Software games always do tend to have like a little hiccups and issues. Like it had running problems at launch on all platforms that it originally launched on. They did release those patches, but it wasn't like this. Like
it wasn't to the same degree.
From the way that people are talking about it, and when you go look at the original footage, I mean, it's almost like it's never hitting the target frame rate ever. Like people were describing it like in the opening area. There's like this fog section. The moment the fog rolled in, the game just like huge started chugging. It's like, okay, well there's a lot of this. There's a lot of that in Elden Ring. And then they said like the boss fight was like the frame rate was just all over the place. Like we were talking about with DK, like the Void Kong thing. Again, don't want to get too many spoilers, but that's like one of the fights that really chugs. It was doing that on like the first boss in Elden Ring. And the bosses get far more complex than that. So it's kind of like, okay, yeah, this game still needs, like, that's not, a lot of people will be very mad if they bought that and this was the experience they had at launch. Like, they got to get that under control. And maybe it is, as Stash noted, maybe the current version is more under control and it's still on target for 2025. But then that always brings the question, as we were saying, like, why have the demo? Like, you have a demo, you don't want people recording, and it's still coming out this year. Because it plays like crap. Okay, that is weird, because you could have just not had the demo and just dropped the game, and then word of mouth would have told you, or reviews would have told you that it's running fine. So, I don't really know what the strategy is here. I came up with those reasons, like the possibility of like a sort of a public-private beta test sort of thing, but like it's weird.
Game development is complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we don't really. What are they doing? It's a weird thing, but
it's definitely
play it at PAX now too. So it's like,
Hey, but at least 7 Remake is running well, right?
Yeah, we'll get into that in a second. Gamer, what are you trying to say?
I was gonna say it's definitely not the story you want to hear. I'm a huge FromSoft fan, and for me, it's like the Souls, the FromSoft Souls. I know there's a million Souls-like games out there, but the FromSoft games in particular, I'll categorize them just as the Souls franchise for simplicity. It's probably my second or third favorite franchise of all time. Next to Zelda. I love these games, and for me, Elden Ring was one of my favorite games of the last decade. I just adore that game. So this isn't the story that I want to hear. Knowing that we're going to get a complete edition with the DLC on a hybrid Nintendo platform is really exciting for me. So this is one that I've been really looking forward to double dip in, one that I'm looking forward to get my hands on at PAX. Hearing this is definitely disheartening, and I'm really praying that this is one that bleeds into 2026. And if it needs to not be early, if it needs to be,
I think it has to come
late
out this
summer.
year.
you know, so be it. I don't want it. If it's like this, I hope not. I hope.
Well, I'm just saying because you have Dust Bloods coming up, and that I mean, do you really want them in?
Well, they're
close
different
proximity?
games though. They're different games because Dust Bloods is an online multiplayer PvP game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I mean, it's FromSoft. It has that Souls-like.
All right. So I'm gonna my opinion on this is that Dust Bloods and Elden Ring are be more similar than Kirby Air Ride and Mario Kart World.
We'll find out when we get. I mean, Dust Bloods. I don't want to go on a tangent. You know, I was so unbelievably hyped when we got a FromSoft Souls-like exclusive announced for Switch 2. I was like, holy hell!
I don't think that's gonna have
then,
it's. I mean, it's probably gonna have some issues just because in general, you know.
Sure.
But I think it's probably gonna be fine. Dust Bloods, right?
Yeah, I'm more from like the perspective of my own personal taste. I don't really play too many games of service or multiplayer PvP games. It's just not my thing.
I was just talking about performance and like
sure.
Yeah.
So my hype is a little bit lower until we see more of that game and understand what it is. But I agree. I think I expect that game to perform better. Obviously, it's being designed from the ground up for the Switch 2. But Elden Ring, I mean, this is one that you want to see succeed. Again, this is a game that, you know, one of the highest reviewed games out there. A phenomenal achievement from Software. You know, you don't want to see a stain on that legacy. So I hope they work out the kinks. I hope when this is something that ends up on the store shelves or the digital store shelves, it's you know, it's
forgive me for continuing to be the contrarian here, but I just want to say that I don't know, like the Soulsborne games, like if you go back, like they've been like it's kind of part of their shtick, like not being totally like like
sure. Oh yeah,
like the original
like, Demon Souls has some rough performances. Same with Dark Souls 1 and 2. I think there was big improvements with 3 and Bloodborne for sure.
As it's
but
become
yeah,
more mainstream.
I mean, from Software, they get knocked for, you know, their visual fidelity. I personally feel like they're a company that's more about art style and unbelievable art, like character design and world design, as opposed to pushing, you know, the graphical fidelity boundaries. Although that Blue Point remake of Demon Souls is very, very pretty. But yeah, it's just one that it sounds like Sash said, it sounds like from this preview, it's a lot worse than what we've seen from some of the performance issues that are standard at launch for some of the Souls games.
Yeah,
so
we'll need to see for ourselves,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Like again, everyone kind of deals with frame drops, performance, all of that differently.
Sure.
Some people won't play a game because it doesn't have good graphics.
Yeah.
It could be an amazing
Yeah.
game, right? We see it all the time.
one's
And that
wild
varies
to
by
me.
generation too and age, right? Like an NES game to a teenager today is like black and white TV, maybe to us when we were growing up.
or silent films.
Yeah, you don't know, right? You just don't know because you're not walking in their shoes, so we don't know. But everyone's different. It's all gonna be different for us, subjective. So yeah, we'll play it. We'll find out. Eric, you got any thoughts on Elden Ring?
I was gonna say, like the idiot myself is, do we think that this had anything to do with FromSoft not having dev kits? You know, but considering they're making a game
Exclusive.
specifically for Nintendo, they probably did.
They actually that's what started us as a Switch 1 title. They've been working on it for a while.
Yeah,
So
but I mean dev kit for Switch too. So I mean with this, you know, being able to
Yeah.
actually, you know, work on, you know, Elden Ring Tarnished Edition for the Switch specifically, you know, or Switch 2 specifically, I should say, you know, just because I don't know how many teams they have there, but just because you know Dark Bloods did have one, doesn't mean the rest of the teams have one. You know,
Wait, do we know who's porting the game? Did we talk about that? I missed it.
What?
Like who's the studio porting
Elden
the
Ring.
game? 'Cause-
Elden Ring? I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be FromSoft. I don't know if it
Yeah,
is or
well, I mean, the thing is, like, I would assume it's not it's not a main team. It might be like outsourced.
It could be, yeah. And at that point, is you know the dev kit a possibility? You know, they've you know they got the majority of it figured out, but They still need to, work some kinks out because, new system.
Yeah.
2026 is the year of third-party support.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that now. There's a lot of stuff that hasn't been announced that will be announced.
So you want to get out now, so that way you don't get lost in the weeds. Yeah, I can imagine.
I will say I was hoping for last point from me on Elden Ring. I was hoping for them to do kind of like what they did for Skyrim on the Nintendo Switch, where maybe they drop a Master Sword drop or a Hylian shield drop in the game, just to pay nod to Nintendo with the cool Soul style lore description on the item, how they do with all their items, whether it's
we've talked about that a ton.
Weapons.
What we hope to see. It's very logical.
Yeah.
It's also very logical to do it next year for the 40th.
Yeah, that too. But I mean, right now, I guess we're just hoping it runs well when it comes out.
So get that point out the way first, and then
we'll play it by ear. I feel pretty good about it that they'll get it together. But if they don't,
I feel pretty good about you.
I just don't double dip. Hey, I already played it. I already beat it. I put my time in.
Yeah.
I would revisit it though if it ran great in handheld, but if it doesn't, cross that bridge. Okay, so let's talk about something a little bit more positive now. That's Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. So we have seen gameplay footage of that. Again, I don't know about you guys. This is a game that I've played right when it came out. So I've played it on PS4. I've played it on PS5. And absolutely adore the Final Fantasy VII. Sure you guys do as well. Have you seen some of the gameplay? Have we all seen it today? Some of the... Okay. Overall, it seems to be running really well. The only thing I heard is that, maybe the visuals aren't as sharp. And I did hear a little bit about Cloud's hair. I don't know if you guys heard that as well, that maybe the hair, again, I don't know how big of a deal Cloud's hair is going to be to everybody, right? It's going to affect everyone differently how his hair looks. I know it's funny, and I am kind of making light of it because to me, right? Yeah, it's not a big deal, but to other people it might be a big deal, right? So I guess we'll kind of see how that goes. But overall, I thought it looked really good. I think it looks playable, more than playable. Obviously, it looks like it did on PS4. Maybe it's going to run a little bit better again because this isn't the final version. So I'll let you kick this off, Action Jack. What are your thoughts on it? Have you played this before, and are you planning on double dipping?
So for me, I have not played Remake or Integrate, so I haven't played either or. I have a cousin that has invested hundreds of hours into it, so I've kind of watched from the sidelines of him playing it. Because initially my plan was to wait until all three dropped, and then I realized how slow that was going to be. So I was like, okay, well, it's time for me to actually jump in and start playing the game. So why not start here? From the gameplay I saw same thing, people saying that they enjoyed what they played in the handheld mode, which is awesome because that's where you kind of want to see it from first. Handheld, and assuming Doc would do better. Same hair comments. I'm not staring at the hair that long. I honestly do not care. As long as the combat smooth, as long as it's on par with the PlayStation version, to where I have all the content here. It doesn't affect me in combat, then everything is fine with me. This is something I don't mind investing time in. There's only a handful of games that I will raise my hand to give tons of hours to, and I would definitely do Final Fantasy VII as well. Now, granted, 10 is my favorite, but I really enjoy and like what I see with this game, and from what we're hearing, we're going to get everything, all the other releases as well. So it's not like I'm investing here on the Switch with not receiving the rest down the line. So it's not me just buying just because I know I'm investing in the entire series. So I enjoy what I see. I want to see some doc footage for sure. I just haven't run into any. Everything's been handheld. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this game, and hopefully we get a release date sometime soon.
Yeah, I agree with you on all those points. And again, you mentioned the bit about the gameplay as long as the combat's smooth, and I think that's the biggest thing, right?
Yeah.
as long as it doesn't affect the gameplay and make it worse and take you out of that immersion. That's what really matters here.
Right.
Kiwi, what are your thoughts?
I don't really have much, man. I've never played a Final Fantasy game ever. So
wow.
Yeah, I'm not a big JRPG guy. I think it's cool for Final Fantasy fans that want to play it on a handheld, but like I don't really have much to say. The only thing that I like about Final Fantasy are the soundtracks. They're amazing. But besides from that, I've never played a single one. And the idea of playing one just seems very daunting now because they are so big and so large that
because it wasn't like the Final Fantasy.
Yeah, and the thing is,
there was a lot more after.
Yeah, there's like there's going to be 3 games. So what? That's like 300 hours. And the idea of it is just like, oh my God. So yeah, I don't have much of a comment, unfortunately.
I spent I think about 250 or 275, I forget, in Rebirth. Yeah,
oh my
so
God,
just
man.
to give you an idea. I know. Hey, look, I'll tell you what. This is not something I normally do. It's not. It's not. I don't put that kind of hours into games outside of 2K.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, but as far as your games with beginnings and ends, I don't put that kind of hours into it. But it's Final Fantasy is different when it comes to that for me. Andres, where are you at on this? Did you play it on PlayStation?
I did.
Okay, thought you did.
So my opinion is, Nate, what are you eating?
I'm the beef stick.
Meat stick.
Beef
stick.
Did you get out of a vending machine?
It looks good.
No, it's from a local place.
Yeah,
I'll join you.
Well, not counting the beef. I didn't finish 7 Remake on PlayStation. Maybe I would give it another whirl on Switch too if it's running well. You mentioned that there's like an issue with it. I haven't seen the latest gameplay, so I don't know. I would want to see the hair because that does matter to me. Gonna be real. I'm not saying like I'm a big like stickler, but like I've seen games where the hair looks kind of weird. It's like, and it definitely takes away from my immersion. Like it's just one like it's like when you're watching a movie. If you have to stop to think about it, if you're taken away from the experience, it's a problem. So
exactly why I don't like subtitles on foreign films. This is what it is. I have to stop. I literally have to pause multiple times to read.
You just got used to it. Watch more anime.
No, that's why I don't watch anime.
By the way, that's probably why a lot of people hated the Kirby Air Riders Direct. And I didn't even realize it because it was all. Because I'm used to it, right? Because I watch anime a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I watched the whole thing and never dawned on me once, and then afterwards I hear people complaining about like, oh, I guess there was no English like narration at all, which they normally do. So that was an odd choice. Anyway, yeah. So I just hope that whatever they do, the game it maintains immersion. And so in that regard, graphics do matter. So performance too. So yeah.
Fair. Are you gonna double dip? Or are you gonna wait to see how it performs?
It's unlikely that I'll double dip. We'll see.
Okay.
I mean, I could just play my PS5, so I don't. Yeah. I probably not.
Okay. Not even for the historical part of it. Final Fantasy VII finally making its way to a Nintendo console after everything that's happened.
So
maybe on a sale down the road.
Yeah, I mean it's possible. I've double dipped before. I've double dipped on Dragon Ball Fighters, for example. So
yeah, I did the same thing. I regret that.
I don't double dip as much either. The economy, obviously.
Yeah.
Same thing for everyone.
The thing is, it had such a huge deal on Switch with all the DLC included, and I had forgotten about the DLC. So that's what encouraged the double dip. It's like, hey, I could get it all like for this price. So I went for it.
Gotcha.
Makes sense. Primal Rage. What are your thoughts? And also, what are your thoughts on the game for Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis?
Never played it back then. Just it wasn't on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. Why are we bringing that even up?
Primal Rage?
Oh, well, I didn't think we were actually talking about the real game. We're talking about Final Fantasy. What are we doing?
Yeah, we are. I don't really want to hear about Primal Rage.
Oh, I was
Great.
like
lived
looking
it.
up like a
Like,
new Primal Rage. I was like, what's going on?
Literally, it's the only fighting game I hate fighting games, but I love that one.
Primal Rage, really?
Love Primal Rage.
Oh,
Wow.
man.
That is super. I'm super.
It was
intrigued
very
by this.
hyped back in the day.
That's a first.
Yeah, but it fell flat. I remember it like it was yesterday.
I like things that other people don't. So, like, I like the '93 Mario movie, right?
Well, I do too.
Wow.
And I like Zelda too, and you like Zelda
I
too.
love Zelda too. Like, yeah, is what it is.
Yeah.
So
right.
my taste probably isn't going to fit with maybe anyone on this show.
This game looks cool as hell, though. Just saying.
It is, dude. It is really cool.
Yeah. They need
Hey, just a heads up. I'll probably have to gap it in about half an hour.
Bro,
yeah,
let's talk about Metroid.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's jump over to that back. We can jump after. Yeah, let's jump right in.
We don't have to. I don't have much to say about that part of it, so you can skip me on this one.
Oh, I skip you on the entire topic of talking to Kiwi Talkz?
No.
Oh, we're already skipping it in general.
I think he's just saying there's no need to go back.
On the way back to this topic after he leaves, then you could be like, okay.
Just for the record, I am trying to run a better sleep clock now, so I should tap out relatively soon.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You realize you don't have to like say that. You could just tap out.
Yeah, but I feel bad for not
we
talking
can't
about
see
Primal
him
Rage.
tap.
Oh my god. Oh, let's stop wasting people's time. Let's get to the actual topic. All right. You should just keep coming up with ways to waste time. All right. So Kiwi Talkz is someone who knows people, talks to people, interviews people, and has said things on social media deciding to open up this year. He was told it was probably a good idea to try to open up. I read that super long diatribe you put out there.
It was actually originally longer, and then I cut it down.
Hey, look, here's the thing. It didn't bother me at all. That's literally my average Twitter post. That's why people yell at me on Twitter. But no, I think it's important in this chance to have you on that we talk, and we talk specifically about like something like Metroid Prime 4, since that's what you keep getting headlined for all the time on all the websites.
I know, all the time. Anything I post, it just seems to become a thing. I don't even know why, because I used to be able to post about it and it would be fine, but there was some sort of tipping point somewhere where that was no longer possible and everything became a headline.
Maybe the fact they had it in the Switch 2 Direct. I have no idea. Like people that I expect.
I think, I think that's where it happened. Because I was away for a day, like doing some water sports, and so I posted something, came back to it, and like within 24 hours, it had already spiraled into something I had no control over. and then I think ever since then, it's kind of just kept going. In fact, gotten worse. So.
I've witnessed it too. I've seen everyone give you the title of known leaker or industry leaker, and then I see you repost and you're like, please do not call me this. This is not what I do.
I was just on the Metroid subreddit maybe a day or two ago, and like my name got mentioned, which is always weird, seeing my name get mentioned. But somebody was like, oh, who's Kiwi Talkz? And then someone posted underneath, oh, he's a leaker, known for leaking stuff about retro studios. And I was like,
yeah.
So it is what it is, though.
Yeah. So first, to throw at you for like questions or just statements or whatever. Obviously, there's been once the Kirby Air Riders Direct was even announced, a bunch of people on the internet freaking out. Where's Metroid? What's going on with Metroid? What the hell's happening with Metroid? It must be delayed. It has to be delayed. It literally must be 2020. Oh my gosh, Air Riders is now out in November. I thought maybe that would be Metroid slot. Metroid Prime is clearly not coming out this year. So that's the panic. That's the panic inducing out there. So what are your thoughts on, and I know you've talked about this before even this happened. What are your thoughts in general about like when the hell this game's coming out?
Yeah. Okay. Well, like part of the reason why I've been making these posts in the first place was to try and calm fears and like try and provide perspective on things, because it is a bit embarrassing seeing how Metroid fans act sometimes. Like this Kirby Direct was just ridiculous. Like it was like Tropical Freeze all over again. Do you remember when that trailer dropped and people were angry that it wasn't Metroid?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is like an ongoing thing. Like I've been saying for a while, I don't think it's going to be delayed. It could possibly be, but people just need to just chill, man. It's okay. Like it's hit a few snags, but it doesn't mean that it's in development hell. It doesn't mean that there's all these issues. It doesn't mean that Retro's incompetent. It just means that they're just working through the final little bits just to make sure that it's perfect for release, because there's a lot riding on it, which Nintendo probably did to themselves by announcing it way too early, and then obviously it's like the Hollow Knight effect.
Yeah. That's a great point. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if they had just initially done what they did with Kirby, it would have been fine. Just announce it like in the Switch 2 Direct, and then like have a Direct, and then it would have been fine. But I think to announce it and then we're scrapping it, and then providing all this weird marketing and stuff, I think that's contributed to the problem. My tweets, although I thought they would help, probably have made it worse. My bad.
I don't think anything can be done. I think we're just at a. I mean, in terms of like calming the storm, it is what it is.
Oh
like,
yeah, it is.
It's
like,
we can't stop it. We can throw no matter what we throw at it, it just gets stronger.
Yeah, well, that's what it was. It felt like for me. I was like, I'll try and put out a fire here, and I end up creating like 5 more. And like, as much as I say, don't panic, people panic. And I'm like, oh, okay.
But you know what I think is interesting about this whole situation, because we were just talking about Silksong earlier. This might ultimately benefit Metroid, because it's just getting more people, putting more eyes up. Like people, there's this expectation. It's a recurring talking point. It's almost like, and I don't know if this is on purpose, right? To your point, it may not be, but
I don't think it is.
But it reminds me a little bit of what happened with Tears of the Kingdom, because we had information on Tears of the Kingdom. We knew it was supposed to come out by a certain point, and Nintendo was extremely quiet on the game. We barely knew anything about it, and we were freaking out. People were thinking that something had to be wrong. And then once we got to the point where everyone thought it was too late, that's when they decided to blow the lids off the game. And that feels like, assuming Prime 4 is not delayed, which I think is highly unlikely at this stage of the year, that's what's about to happen. We're at a point where everyone's like in total shock that they haven't said anything yet. And now Nintendo's like, oh, you guys all gave up? Okay, here it is. Get excited.
Yeah, I think the difference is like between Prime entries, it's been like 18 years. Whereas with Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, it was what? How many years was it? 5? 6? Was it?
5 years.
6? Yeah,
that's reason to be angry.
And Zelda at the height of its popularity as well.
Yeah,
you know, there's a level of mystique to Zelda that Metroid's just not going to have, because it doesn't have the audience that it clearly deserves, but it doesn't have the audience for that yet. You know,
I like that use of "yet." It's good.
I believe it has a lot of untapped potential, for sure. With the Prime 4 is the one that breaks through to the mainstream. I don't know. I expected Metroid Prime Remastered to sell way more than it did. Mind you, they did shadow drop it at probably the worst time of the year as well, like when people don't have as much disposable income, which is usually January, February, because they spend it all during Christmas. So I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I still want to know what was the thinking behind the whole remaster thing. Was that just an experiment?
Well, no. The original plan was to remaster the whole trilogy. That was the original plan. And then when Retro ended up getting Prime 4, they could no longer remaster the whole trilogy. And then they only did the first one. But it was also to train them up and modernize their tools as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Makes
And then
sense.
also, and also so they could have the ability to outsource. Because if you look at the credits in Metroid Prime Remastered, there's like 300, 400 plus people that worked on that. Crazy amount of people. So that was part of it as well. But yeah, things just ended up going in a different direction. And here we are.
I've got a question. This is one that's been on my brain since we first saw our first look really at the game. And granted, it's a very small vertical slice that we've seen of early in the game, with a little bit of details about some of the sidekick abilities. And I think some people were met with some disappointment, thinking this just looks like Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3. Other people are like, those are, some of my favorite games, some of the most critically acclaimed games. And if it's just like Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3, that's totally fine. It's probably going to be one of the highest reviewed games of the year regardless. My question is that I've been wondering is this going to be that familiar, or is there something that really sets this one apart, again, outside of these sidekick abilities that they've incorporated in the game? And I guess to tie into this question, like, is there going to be a wow factor that reinvents the wheel to agree? And also, like, I'm curious about the scope of this game. I, for one, and I might be in the minority on this, I've never wanted Metroid Prime to go fully open world. I love the brilliant level design of that Metroidvania style gameplay. That being said, I love the idea of incorporating both that Metroidvania with some larger scope, larger zones, unlike anything we've seen in the series before, but still creating that really amazing interconnected world. So I guess it's a scope question that I'm curious about, as well as is there something new and surprising about this entry that really sets itself apart from 1, 2, and 3? Those have been the two things that have been bouncing around in my brain. I'll be happy either way because I love Metroid Prime, and if it's just more of what we know and love already, that's already a win for me. But are you mocking
I'm
me,
looking at Prime, and he's just like, it's hard to concentrate because he's just.
Did you just?
This just happened. The $50 per chat.
I thought maybe some news broke.
Let's get it now. Hey, well, it was a big thing. I don't get like big super chats like that often. It's on. It's fun.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Congrats, Mr. Black. By the way, shout out to Mr. Black because he also did a $500 super chat yesterday.
Wow. That's big.
That is insane. Thank you for the support, man.
That's really nice. All right. Anyway, to answer your question, people who are expecting Metroid Prime of the Wild need to lower their expectations because that is not.
I'm not expecting that.
Metroid Prime of the Kingdom.
Well, what I mean to say is you're not going to get an open world game at 60 frames per second with the geometric detail that Metroid Prime has. It's just not possible on Switch 1. If it was a Switch 2 exclusive, possibly, but it seems like Retro really want to push the 120 frames per second, which, again, going open world would be very, very difficult to do. Yeah. With that being said, there will be more expansive areas. Like, think of Skytown in Prime 3, right? It's quite open. So you can expect more of that. And they are still keeping their cards close to their chest.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I'm happy to hear they're not making it Metroid Prime of the Wild. Again, that's never what I've wanted. I like that interconnected level design. So sounds like we might be getting exactly what I'm hoping, at least from a world design perspective.
I feel like I got to say something because I'm fairly certain this is my fault. Because all the years theorizing a Metroid Prime 4 with no gameplay, I definitely made a video saying Metroid Prime 4 is big Breath of the Wild moment. And then since then, I think people started kind of like attaching to that. But if you don't actually listen to what I say, Metroid Prime's Breath of the Wild moment isn't becoming open world. It's just becoming that moment where the series reaches a new level.
Right, like more mainstream.
Yeah.
And more popular, bigger sales, that sort of thing. Which could well be the case. It really depends on how they market this thing over the next wee while. Because right now the marketing has been weird, very disjointed.
Weird.
The narrative, the narrator with the "you can open doors," you know, like
Yeah.
Well, I got a question that leads into actually all of that. This is something that I've been talking about for a very long time. Talked about it in your video game, Bert, as well. So I'm sure you know
Yeah.
where I'm going with this. And you touched on it a little bit earlier, but this is kind of how I am looking at it. I want to set the stage for you. So Metroid Prime 2 and 3, right? These games came out a very long time ago, of course.
I think I know
was
where you're
there to
going
play
with
them
this.
all when they all came out. 2 came out in 2004. 3 came out in 2007. 1 on GameCube, 1 on Wii. And of course, we have the Metroid Prime remastered, right? So coming out with a game like Metroid Prime 4 here in 2025, you gave Switch fans the opportunity to play the first one a couple of years ago. 2 and 3. And I've always kind of positioned it as it's really, I think it's a very hard sell to ask someone to watch the first movie and then ask them to watch the fourth one.
Yeah.
And say, don't worry about parts 2 and 3. You'll be fine. Or if you really want to play it, you know, you can track down the trilogy on Wii. You know, it only goes for over at least $100 on eBay, and you know, it's not HDMI. It's gonna be pretty blurry. It's not gonna take up your full screen, and if you don't have a RetroTink, you know, you're gonna have input lag too. Or you can try playing 2 on GameCube. Point is, it's not a good experience for someone to dive into it now. For us, it's fine, right? Because we've played these games, we have nostalgia for it. But to ask the current Switch owner to go track these games down so they can bridge the gap themselves, since Nintendo hasn't offered that yet, I don't think that's going to sit well, and I don't think that's going to help with the marketing. And I've long since said that I really believe 2 and 3 are going to come out. Now, will they be remastered? Don't know. We've always kind of said they were going to be just playable, right?
I can tell you right now, they will not be remastered. No way.
Yeah, like HD with mouse Joy-Con controls. Because I'll tell you, like I played it at the Switch 2 experience, and immediately after playing it, I just turned around while I'm playing it, said to my lady, I'm like, dude, they have to have these controls on Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3. They have to. They got to bring it over, because this is the best way to play this game. And even during the Wii generation, I'm not huge into the motion controls, right? Some games do it better than others, but I'm very traditionalist there. However, they really nailed it. And to me, this was the evolution of the Wiimote. And I think this is the best way to play. So that would be my question to you. What are your thoughts on those games coming over HD with mouse Joy-Con controls?
It's a possibility. I think a lot of the fixation on numbers, I don't think it actually matters that much. There's a lot of people that played GTA 5 without playing the previous GTA games. There's a lot of people that played Skyrim with never playing the previous Elder Scrolls games. Metroid Prime 4 is the start of a new trilogy. Like, you won't actually have to play the first 3 to enjoy it. With that being said, I've heard mixed things. Like, I have not heard anything about a remaster. I actually haven't even heard anything about HD ports, at least internally. So if they're being made, maybe like someone like Tantalus is possibly porting it. I did hear from a source, however, I'm not sure how, I suppose, verifiable they are. But apparently Nintendo were looking at the Metroid series and trying to understand why it doesn't sell as well as it does. And they came to the conclusion that part of it is because there's too long a gaps. They've had massive droughts, right?
Yes.
So there was the one between Super Metroid and Metroid Prime, and then again between, Metroid Other M and Federation Force. So that's a long duration of time where the franchise hasn't been in the spotlight. So I think the idea, if this is true, is that they're looking to release Metroid games more frequently. At least like one to every 2 years. So now, if you're taking that on board, then you would probably drip feed Prime 2 and 3 at a later date to fill in the gaps between Prime 5, if it does exist, and like the next 2D Metroid. And I also did hear as well that, and again, I'm not so sure on how accurate the source is, but I did hear like years ago that Samus Returns HD exists in some form. But then it was just
so much sense.
Yeah.
But then it was just radio silence. Then I heard
Right.
nothing. So that was back in like late 22 or early 23. I heard about that. But it could well have been that Mercury Steam just did a port of it to Switch to kind of test how they were going to make Metroid Dread.
Sure.
And then
just the framework.
Yeah, just the framework of everything. And then I don't know, Samus Returns is just sitting somewhere. Yeah. So that's what I've heard. Like, obviously, if they do the whole Pikmin thing, I get it. There is a part of me that thinks there's some type of fatigue that can come with that, but then it did work for Pikmin. So I don't know. But I think expecting full-blown remasters, no way, man. Like, it would cost so much money, especially with Prime 2, because you can't reuse assets because you've got the light world and the dark world. And one of the devs that I spoke to last year, Kynan Pearson, he worked at Bluepoint. He worked on a lot of the remasters of those old games. And a project like Prime 2, you'd basically, the artwork would have to be done twice because you'd have to do the light world and the dark world as well. So that essentially like doubles the work because you can't reuse it.
Right.
Yeah, and they'd probably want to fix the dark world, like in terms of how it looks as well, because in the original it's just purple world. So
yeah. Actually, this is a
very
separate
insightful.
question.
Thank you.
And you may have covered it in one of your interviews, actually, but in Prime 1 Remastered, there are areas that are very dark. And I remember in the original, they weren't as dark, and you could light the way with your arm cannon, but because it doesn't work quite the same way in the remaster. If you don't, you're kind of like you have to use X-ray visor, or you're just running randomly in the dark in remaster. So I feel like that's some people don't like that choice as much, and I'm just kind of curious if you've heard any thought process behind that.
yeah, it just comes down to hardware. When they built the Prime games, they built it around the hardware, and the way the hardware worked with the GameCube, they could basically do it, and it wouldn't do anything to performance. But because of the hardware within the Switch, and you see it even with Switch 2, right? There's no lighting when you're shooting anything. It's just because of the hardware that it's difficult to pull off without tanking the performance. I
mean, I've seen like lighting, like the blast shots of them. They approach the enemies, like you'll see, like flashes.
There's some, but it's not to the same degree as the original.
Sure,
right?
I mean, maybe it was unrealistic from the originals. We noticed it though.
Yeah, and but that's what I've heard from one of the devs that worked on the original, and so that's why that's
one little thing. I want to screen something real quick. It's super simple, but it just kind of speaks to the point that was just being discussed. If I could let it be shown for a brief moment.
Sure.
It's just a Prime 4 logo. I just wanted to show it because the 4 is very small. Like you could just think of this as Metroid Prime Beyond. I just think that's worth noting, right? Because like if you really harp on the 4 aspect, some people might be like, well, I haven't played the others, but I think that's not that important. Anyways, that's pretty much it for that. Nate, feel free to do another dance for that.
He's on the whole crew, so it's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I have a question. So I know like the last Prime we got was back in 2007 with Prime 3. So the land of the first person shooter has changed substantially in that time frame. One thing that I've always spoke about when it comes down to Metroid is the ratings, always fantastic. the games always look, and people tend to love it very much so. But even with some of my podcast mates, they'll get into the lore heavily, but a lot of people won't know what they're speaking of because of the scanning mechanic, opposed to that most games now it's in the story element. So what I'm getting at with this game, where I feel like sales wise, what would help it, and I'm curious on your thoughts, is if one, we can get into those story elements with Metroid Prime 4 to where it's more obvious. Of course, we'll still have the scan piece to it, to where the story is more in your face, because we're in this space now to where it's, hey, go to this destination here, and telling you how to get there. And most people don't really want to work for the lore. And then also, will a multiplayer aspect come back to Metroid to where that's where first person really thrives, if you will, when it comes down to those games being evergreen and getting those bigger sales, because it has to have some life to it. Because once single player is done, you kind of put it down. And that's where multiplayer really shines when it comes to first person.
They were kind of going in that route a little bit with Prime 3. It was a bit more in your face. It was a bit more cinematic. When you start adding more cinematics to a game, it does balloon the budget quite quickly.
Of course.
And scanning was something that Japan implemented. They're the ones that came up with the idea. Like, you got to think of the Metroid Prime games as really much a fusion of Eastern and Western game design. So I imagine scanning will still be heavily part of the DNA of those games. Cinematics will probably be there. I mean, it's pretty evident from the demo, and I mean, you've seen the intro, the opening, opening cutscene. That's like incredible. It's like the best Nintendo cutscene I've ever seen in terms of like the graphical fidelity and everything. I think Retro will be pushing a bit of that, but at the end of the day, like, that's Tanabe's call. So yeah, I mean, a lot of Metroid fans complained about Prime 3 because it was too linear and too in your face, I think. So whether they go down that road, I'm not sure. In terms of multiplayer, that's a big call, because there's only like 150 devs that work at Retro. And so if multiplayer was to be implemented, I don't think they could do it in-house, at least alone. They'd have to get external studios to help out, which is maybe why they tested that with Prime Remastered. I think multiplayer would do a lot for the franchise, but I'm not entirely convinced that multiplayer is in Prime 4. I haven't heard anything. But I think it's always been its strongest when it's first play, like the single player, right? I mean, Metroid Prime 2 actually started off as a multiplayer game,
right?
And then it became single player. And I think that's part of the reason why Prime 2 suffers a little bit. They didn't have the time, because they spent like a good 6 months just doing the multiplayer. Because in the final release, they just tacked on the multiplayer.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So, it's hard to say. I don't think so personally, but it is possible.
Yeah, I think that would be, especially when we're talking about game chat and game share. That's what Nintendo's pushing at this point, and to have that matching with the first person shooters nowadays, I think that'll be great for Metroid. But to your point, that would balloon cost, and they would have to have the time for it.
Idea. They go the Soulsborne route. Because Samus has psychic powers, she can receive telepathic messages, which is the canon way to explain that similar sort of messaging system we see in the Soulsborne games, or also like in Wind Waker HD.
Oh, yeah, bring Tingle. I'd be down for that. Tingle shows up with some notes in a bottle.
But I mean, but the thing is, though, it gets interesting because you could even introduce a PvP element, right? So another player can show up in your game as a ghost, right? You think about like Chozo ghosts or whatever the ghost would be in Prime 4, and that wouldn't be a whole dedicated mode. It would simply be an extra element into Prime 4. And I mean, the thing is, Metroid games and Soulsborne games have a very there's similarities there, right? It could function very similarly, and it could fit within, the way I described it would fit within the world. It wouldn't be it wouldn't break away from your immersion. And of course, it still would be optional, right? You can turn that off. But it might be pretty cool to be exploring around, and then you hear like some sort of like they'll have some sort of notification of it, right? Maybe some sort of like eerie music, which means you're being hunted.
Right. That would be interesting. I mean, it worked in the, like you said, the Soulsborne, of whether it was people trolling you when you ran into it, or just giving you valuable information.
You never
going
know.
into different traps. Yeah.
I got a question, Kiwi. This is a simple. I'm going to keep it simple for you. This is an easy yes or no. No need to think too hard on it. Is Ridley back? I think a lot of us want to know if Ridley's back.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
I'd assume he is.
Okay.
Retro love Ridley.
Yeah.
So I would imagine he's back. And lore-wise, it fits. Like, it's not like Metroid Dread where people are like, "Where's Ridley?" And I'm like, "Dude, he's dead, man."
Several times.
Yeah, but lore-wise, like, he died Fusion. That was like the last one where he fully died. Yeah. So yeah, I think he'll be back. I think they'll find a cool way to implement him.
I was going to make that the very last question before you bounce, but I don't know how much time you have left. But I just want to make sure.
I could probably do like 5-10 more minutes. Yeah.
All right, I got a quick question. Since you're the Bethesda guy, right? You're still the Bethesda guy?
I'm multiple guys, apparently.
Don't pigeonhole him. Come on.
No, I know. No, it was about a tweet he had. But Fallout, right? This is something I've talked about a lot about the TV show and the success of it. And that was why they made a point to get the Fallout 4 PS5 SKU. You know, the upgrade running smoothly on PlayStation. So fans have a recent game, right, to play on their PlayStation 5 because of the success of the show. And obviously, Season 2 is coming out. And one thing that I've been talking about a lot is, you know, from what I had heard, they really would have liked to have got Fallout 4 running on Switch 1, but that just wasn't in the cards, obviously. What about Switch 2?
Yeah. Without going into too much detail, there is something Fallout related coming. I'm not going to tell you whether it's 4. I'm not going to tell you whether it's Fallout 3 remastered or New Vegas remastered. I will just say there is something Fallout related coming.
So one of those.
You got me happy because we've been talking about all 3 of those, and I'm a big fan. I think it would be such a great fit, of course, on Switch to be able to play that on the go. So,
well,
yeah,
I'm
not going to press you on it.
I would love to see like Samus armor in Fallout, right? They did the whole like Link thing with Skyrim.
Skyrim,
yeah.
So doing Fallout and have like Samus armor or the ability
God,
to go
that
into
would be so cool.
Samus is a bounty hunter.
Yeah. Like
Makes
you
sense.
could easily do it. So, and I know Todd Howard is a big Nintendo fan. I've seen him on record confirm that he thinks Nintendo are the best, like design.
Yeah, I feel like I remember some quotes from Todd Howard when Switch 1, I think before it got revealed, when he said that he's seen Nintendo's next hardware and he's a huge fan of it. You know, the whole concept around it, that he loves it.
Yeah, I think I remember him saying that it was the best presentation he'd ever seen for a game.
Yeah.
If I ever get to interview him, I'll ask him, but I'll cross that path when I come to it. I could probably answer like one more question, and then I'll have to bounce, unfortunately.
Do you still stand by Desert Theory for Prime 4? That key art? Think it means something?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think that will be. I think that will be the mic drop moment. Like in every Metroid Prime game, they have like a specific biome that's like the mic drop moment, right? Pinjana Drifts in the first one, Sanctuary Fortress in the second one, Skytown in the third one. I think the desert one will be the one that kind of showcases the more expansive area.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a thing where I'm tangent. Just tell me if you gotta go, right? But just like kind of continuing down that train of thought, I've had that kind of this like thinking, and I've talked about a few of my videos, that I feel like Nintendo has shown very little of Prime 4, and it's actually been somewhat similar to how they handled Bonanza before the Bonanza Direct, where Bonanza had 2 tree houses. They showed Ingot Isle and they showed Lagoon Lair, the first 2 areas of the game. And with Prime 4, what they've shown is the first few minutes, and then presumably the opening moments of Viros. So basically the first 2 areas of the game. Like, that's kind of how I've been looking at it, right? And so when you talk about maybe the mic drop moment, that's an after, that's something we see like in a Metroid Direct or that release date trailer thing. Like, we're not there yet.
Yeah, totally. Like, I know there's some stuff in the game that has not been announced yet. That's why I know they're keeping their cards close to their chest. There's like heaps of stuff that they haven't shown off. Like, they've just been teasing little things. I'm not absolutely sure as to why, but there will be a blowout at some point, and you'll get the full context of the game. Yeah,
looking forward to it. When do we think it's coming out?
I think early November, personally.
Okay. The art book comes out October 28th. October 30th is 2 weeks removed from Pokemon. Halloween's a popular time, and then if it's not then, November 6th would probably be the most realistic time, because you would assume they would want to have like at least like a 2-week gap before
yeah. I mean, originally I thought it would be late November, but then Kirby Air Riders has taken that spot. But I will say that like Metroid hits a completely different demographic to both Pokemon and Kirby, and and the thing is, like, the demographic in general with Metroid is very different to, I suppose, the demographic for most other games that Nintendo makes. One of the retro developers said to me that like it's viewed by Nintendo as more adult oriented or more of a mature audience. So my thinking is, because the Nintendo Switch, the audience, because you've probably seen the data that they've shown in like some of their updates and stuff, what the demographics are in terms of the age bracket, and there's a lot of people in their 30s that actually have a Switch 1, and like I think Metroid basically targets that demographic. So I think that, plus the fact that it's releasing on Switch 1, I think early November. What release date out is the most likely?
I think December should be on the table.
I want A, but I'll say C.
I think C. December could be possible, but like that's usually after Black Friday, and like
you want to get Prime out before that. You want to give it the best chance.
I think that's a Hyrule spot. Hyrule for sure. For that
yeah. It's just, for me, it's just like it has to be October 30th or November 6th, or it's December. Like, it's too late for September.
It's 2026. They delay it to Q1, and then Metroid fans have a bigger meltdown.
Can I know you got to go. Can I ask a really quick question? You can make it like one sentence and bounce if you have to. From what you know, how make or break for the Prime, not Metroid series, but for the Prime series, is Prime 4? Because this is one that's been in development for so long. It's obviously, this game's cost a lot of money to get made.
Well, I think it would have to like at least do reasonably well. If it was a complete flop, I think Nintendo would weigh up things heavily. And actually, to your point, and I just want to say something to Metroid fans who've been like having meltdowns and attacking Kirby fans and stuff. You have to remember that if Metroid was with any other publisher, Metroid as a series would have been dead a long time ago.
Yep.
They don't make the game specifically just for sales. They do it because it reaches a different demographic than their normal audience. The whole point is to try and get people to buy into their ecosystem. So by offering something that's different, to say a Kirby or a Mario, is incredibly important to them. And so that's something that they do consider, and they do want as many people in their ecosystem as possible, and Metroid represents that to a T. So yes, but it is a very, very expensive game. I highly advise people to buy it. If you want to see the Metroid franchise continue, please buy it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say.
Prime 4's game I would double dip, by the way.
Double dip?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Cool, guys. Well, hey, I got to gap it, but this has been fun. Thanks so much for having me on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kiwi.
Thank you.
We
Subscribe
really
to Kiwi Talkz.
Time,
Yeah,
spend the
and,
whole show and answer the questions.
Yeah, so and just to give you a heads up, just before I go, I'm planning on doing a review of Donkey Kong Bonanza with some of the original devs that worked on Returns and Tropical Freeze.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so I might be doing that. Well, I was supposed to do it this month, but because they haven't finished the game yet, and some of them are at Gamescom, it'll probably happen next month or early next month. And I was supposed to interview one of the devs that worked on Prime 3 and Returns and Tropical Freeze as well. But he was in a car crash and broke his leg, so that's been postponed until he's better. But yeah. So that's some stuff that I have in the pipeline. But yeah,
awesome. Go check out his channel. It is linked down in the description.
Cool. All right.
Thanks man.
Thanks again.
Take care.
Talk to you soon.
That was fun. That was really fun.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know that it could be anything other than fun. Unless he just gave a lot of negative answers. Like, fuck you now. Yeah, no, it's 2027.
That's good.
So do you guys think that Prime 4 coming out in December would hurt its sales?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Probably.
Everyone buys
it's
their
missing
stuff.
that holiday rush, and this is a game that just needs it so bad.
There are some games that are immune to it. Like if Mario Kart was December, it'd be fine. 3D Mario, 3D Zelda, Smash Bros. Proved
already seen it done.
Well, Xenoblade 2 came out December, and Xenoblade probably has a weaker sales potential than Metroid, and it still found a way to become the best of the
I don't think
Xenoblade
it would
series.
kill it. I think it would do better out of the gate if it was positioned not in December. But I don't think December would bury it.
I think the costly and prolonged development cycle would really begs that it comes out at an ideal time frame to launch a game.
Also, even though Metroid Dread was amazing and it's like the best selling Metroid ever, Metroid has yet to prove it can be evergreen.
Mm-hmm.
So like it pretty much gets all its sales in that initial pop. So
bro, I just think Prime 4 is coming out Halloween. Like it just makes way too much sense.
Well, you made that pretty obvious. How about end of October? A good time right before Halloween?
It makes the most sense. The most sense. Like you're gonna get people buying it for Halloween, right? You have the art book literally coming out that week, right? Like, why is the art book coming out that week? Unless we're getting Prime 2 and 3. But you know what? I don't even care about 2 and 3 at this point. I just want Prime 4.
Right. Which I mean, you're right. I mean, because I didn't know about the art book, but then you also line it up for Black Friday. Then you also line it up for the Game Awards. So it has plenty of attention on it if it comes out in October.
That'd be sick. That art book's been a moving target, though.
Yeah.
Well, that's the interesting thing, though. It was initially slated for June.
Yeah.
And well, we've even Kiwi has speculated, doesn't know for sure, right? That it was initially supposed to come out in the summer, right? And maybe change positions with Bonanza, because of the supposed development snag. So why did they move up that art book? Why do you delay an art book? Like,
true.
What about an art book? Is like,
agree.
So
for me, when I saw that the art book got moved to that date, that was where my mind went too. Is that okay? Like the art book's been done. They're not waiting to print the pages. You know what I mean? Like that's a moving target. That's part of the promotional cycle. So wherever that goes is where Prime 4 is going, in my opinion. And so I'm excited that it is coming out so soon. Do we get it a week before, like you guys were mentioning, and it comes out, Prime 4 comes out on the 6th? Or do you really think we're going to get Prime 4 in October? Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD comes out on the 30th. Mina the Hollow World comes out on the 31st. Right? As long as Metroid's not out, I'm 100% playing those games on those days. I'm really excited for them. That'd be interesting if they all want to come out at the same time.
Hear me out though. Like going back to that, I want to go back to the idea of like if they integrated like a Soulsborne like ghost hunter mechanic, that adds another fear factor to the game where if you're being hunted.
Yeah.
Comes out on Halloween. Like, come on. I mean, literally the little elder that Samus is like speaking to is a ghost. Like, you know. It could easily fit that.
Hunted as in like Resident Evil 2? And like Nemesis hunted? Where like you're being chased by a ghost throughout the game?
The idea is a PvP thing. Where people enter, but I mean either or would be cool. I would be down for that if the Resident Evil 2 thing was awesome.
I mean, we've gotten that in Metroid before. We had it in Fusion.
Oh, good. I mean,
and we had it in Dread.
Yeah,
and it's a fantastic mechanic that I thoroughly enjoyed in both games, and we've never seen anything like that in a Prime game, whether or not it's a multiplayer thing or just like part of the game story. Like me coming, like I'm primarily a single player gamer. So for me, like having that sort of like the hunter and the hunted mechanic in Prime 4 is super exciting. Like that would be really, really cool. That would be a new element, that changes up the 3D gameplay.
Yo, what if like Silux, like he looks like Silux in the beginning, but something bad happens to him. So he's like deranged morph, right? And he's like chasing you. And so like you kind of like, you don't know why he's chasing you though, right? Like maybe there is like some story there, but you don't find out. You just think he's trying to kill you. Maybe he is trying to kill you at first. And if you get caught, well, you die, right? But like that they could do something like that, or there could maybe be like a monster Metroid that's that like this. I guess the thing is maybe you do that. The problem with that is that you're making Samus out to be vulnerable, and she is vulnerable against the Emmy for most in Dread, right? But I don't know if they want to overdo that either, so that's just something to consider. But it definitely adds to the the anxiety.
Even if it's one sequence in the story, that could be really cool. I automatically think of, I don't know if anyone else has played Jedi Fallen Order. Am I okay to spoil that game? We're on a Nintendo podcast. I'm going to spoil Fallen Order. If you guys care about Jedi Fallen Order, plug your ears. Wait, do you care, Andres? I
haven't played it, but it's fine.
Okay.
I think it's coming to Switch too also.
I don't want to ruin it for you if you care.
What? He's Luke's father?
Honestly, do you care? I really don't want to.
No, it's fine. I probably not. You don't even know what you're talking about. So
okay, where there's this. Okay, I'll just say this. There's a sequence near the very end of the game where you run into a character, and the character is so powerful that engaging in combat is futile, and you have to run for your life. Essentially. It's just one sequence in the story, but it's one of my favorite parts in the games. I don't know.
Liar.
Whether it's yes or no, it could be Palpatine.
Liar.
It could be Boba Fett. Dude,
if you're not with me, you're against me.
I won't say.
That's where you're going.
I'm saving you from spoilers, but it's a really exciting sequence in the game, and I do like. Even if it's Silux is like super powered up in some part of the story, and you run in and you engage in combat, and you're like, oh shit, like that. There's like, I'm gonna get wrecked, and you have to make an escape, kind of like how in Metroid Prime 1 you have to escape that station as it's there's a countdown. That sort of stuff is fun. Get those anxiety-inducing moments where you're like, oh shit, and you're trying to like retrace your steps through the corridors, and stuff's coming apart, and you have to find the new paths that have opened up. That stuff's really exciting. So I'd love to see something like that in there. It'd be really cool. I do wish, and maybe this is a thing, but obviously with Metroid games, part of it is getting new power-ups along the way. I was really hoping that the counter system that was introduced in Returns and Dread would make its way into a Prime game. I just think that would be really fun when you have like space pirates all up on you and you're able to do a quick counter and blast and do like a knockback attack to give yourself more distance between you and the enemy. I hope something like that makes an appearance. Prime 4 looks, slower, just like Prime 1, 2, and 3 are compared to most shooter games. So I think having at least a counter melee ability to add a little bit of the agility into the game would be really cool.
Not ruled out yet.
Not
Still
ruled
waiting
out.
on that blowout.
Okay. Andres, did you have to step out?
Yeah. What else you got left to talk about?
Well, we can go back and finish off the games at Gamescom or the Q&A.
I personally would love to talk about a specific game at Gamescom.
Which one?
That isn't on the list, but one that I'm very excited about.
Well, I
even
added
brought
some to my
props
list.
for it.
So which one?
Huh?
I added some to my own list.
My curiosity is keeping me on, but I should have been gone a while ago.
The brand new guys, we
Miss
got
it.
a brand new third-party game announced for Switch 2 at Opening Night Live. Lego Batman Legacy of the
that
Dark
looks
Knight.
amazing.
And not only does the game look amazing, but the fact that the last two Rocksteady games, Suicide Squad and Gotham Knights, were major steps down in the games of service department, and we have a Lego Batman game that pays homage to Batman 89. I'm a big Batman fan, by the way. Look, I got my Batman Funkos from 89. I got my comic books, my Batman Year One, The Man Who Laughs, The Long Halloween. I'm a big Batman fan. I picked up Arkham City on Switch 2, and I'm having a blast. But seeing this made my day. It was one of the highlights of the show for me. And IGN put out a 30-minute demo of it, gameplay. I recommend everyone check it out. It blows Suicide Squad and Gotham Knights out the water. It looks fantastic.
All right, so I'm gonna check that out, but I do think I should step out. It's been fun, guys. I will hopefully come on soon. But see you later.
Good seeing you, man.
Good to see you, man.
You too.
Gamebird, how was Arkham on Switch 2 is what I wanted to ask you. Because you had asked me how it runs, and I told you what I had heard. So how is it? So
I'm playing Arkham City, which runs fantastic and looks great on it. Apparently it's Arkham Knight was the one that ran
right. It is Knight.
Which I haven't played on Switch 2. Apparently, yes, I was looking into it more. There has been some sort of a patch, but the game has been some of the games have been removed from the eShop. They're not available on the eShop. So I'm not sure what's
like
going
Borderlands
on with
3.
that.
You can't buy it.
Yeah, you
still
can't even buy it. But I did hear there was a performance patch for people who have the game. Arkham City, though, I'm having a blast playing it. But again, I just want to say, like, this game looks fantastic. It looks so much fun. They got the great lines from it. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts from Batman 89. And I'm a Batman nerd, so like I'm not like crazy on the comic stuff and the superhero stuff, but Batman, I've been a fan since I was a little kid. So
I love it too. I saw them all in the theater.
Yep.
I saw the whole Dark Knight trilogy at midnight at the premiere. And then for the third one, for Dark Knight Rises, the premiere, I got tickets to see all three at the same time. That was when I was living in San Diego. So we went to the IMAX at Mira Mesa.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's
I know exactly
right
what you're
next to
talking about.
Islands where I was managing. I was managing that location as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, I was there for several hours, and it's a fond memory. It really is. That trilogy was just so good, man. So yeah, I'm happy we're getting a game for it. Crazy, right?
And
it's unanimous, the takeaway, right? You see it on Twitter. Anyone who's giving feedback on Gamescom, everyone kind of says, but hey, dude, that Lego Batman looks really good.
Dude, it looks good. It's an Arkham game. Watch the 30-minute gameplay demo. It's an Arkham game with Legos and great comedy writing, and it pays homage. I might be in the minority on this. My favorite Batman movie is the most recent. It's The Batman with Pattinson and Colin Farrell. I love how they went full detective noir with that one. and just the way they did the Gotham, where it's kind of comic booky, but it's also kind of grounded in reality. I mean, I love all of them. As bad as Batman and Robin is, I still got some love for the terrible Arnold one-liners and stuff.
It's pure 90s.
Yeah, so 90s. But yeah, I'm excited for this game. This was a cool announcement. It's an open world Gotham. I wish more people were talking about it. I know there's big ones, I'm sure like indie, that's a really big one that a lot of people are talking about. But this was a new third party. When was the last time we got a good Batman game? It's been a while now.
Well, I think that's the key takeaway. Because the last Batman games were not that great, and then people were kind of burnt out on Lego. So when you put both together, it's kind of easy to dismiss. But looking at it, it looks amazing. It's definitely something that's on my radar. And one thing I've always loved about the Lego games were the comedy. Like they always found a way to make it a hilarious game, but yet stay with the story. So I'm looking forward to it. Especially with this being, I'm assuming it's multi-plat, and just interested to see when in 2026 it releases.
I wonder how much it's going to be.
Me too.
What are they going to charge for Lego games in the climate we're in and the generation we're in? Right? Is this a $70 game? Right. Here's the thing: how much was Lego Skywalker Saga? I think that's all we have to do is answer that question.
Yes,
came out like 2 years ago.
People are comparing it the most to that of all the Lego games, because this one is it's an open world. It's like Arkham City. It's a full open world game, but they're making the comparison because it covers the whole history of Batman cinematic.
It was 60.
Yeah. Okay.
It was 60. The deluxe edition, which had the steel book, was 70, and there was a galactic edition for 80. So it should be. Oof. It should probably be 60 for the standard edition. If you want
that's
a couple extra Lego pieces, you got to get the 70 probably.
Yeah, game key card.
I'm good with 60.
Yeah,
I'm good with 60
for sure.
Yeah. I just 70 for the base game would kind of suck, but you will get your time
for sure. Especially
put a lot of hours into those games.
Now I wish that we would get a patch for the last Lego Skywalker game, because it was on a hefty sale on not too long ago, and it just runs the same. So I didn't get that upgrade.
Yeah, did anyone play Skywalker Saga? Lego one? I never played it. I haven't played a Lego game in a long time. I think the last one I played was Lego City Undercover, like way back. So it's been a hot minute. This is the first one to get me like amped where I'm like, oh shit, I got
Skywalker Saga is badass.
Mm-hmm.
Nice
on PS5.
It's quality
really
Lego game.
Yeah,
awesome.
Then I have high hopes for this one.
Feels like an evolution of the Lego formula.
That's cool.
It's definitely evolved. It's not the same game. There's similarities, obviously, but yeah, it's bigger and better for sure. Feels like a next-gen Lego. All right, so real quick, I'll just throw these games. I'm going to say them all. FC, so FIFA, look to be running at 30 frames. Borderlands 4, I found one video that I sent to Nate earlier today that was from, I think, Switch Corner on YouTube, which is a channel I follow. And it was interesting. He titled the video as like Hollow Knight and something else. There was no mention in the title of his video for Borderlands. So I'm wondering if like Borderlands might be the same thing, because it's weird that we haven't seen any Switch footage, I think, of the game so far. Like surely there's demand to see it. So it was in his short video clip. There's probably about 20 seconds of gameplay. And so far, that's all we have. Now, again, I'm not checking YouTube while we're on the podcast and combing for gameplay footage. So we'll have to see how that looks. Legends ZA. We've seen quite a bit on this already. We're going to be playing it next week.
Mm-hmm.
They played it at the Pokemon Championship, of course, and they're playing it there at Gamescom. And from what we've seen, it looks good. frame rate looks good. The performance looks good. You know, again, I'm not going to get caught up in the reflections on the windows or the detail on the windows. Yeah, I'm here for the fun, man. I'm not here to stare at the window. That's just me, okay? Because again, you gotta respect everybody. Some people that's really important to. So hey,
I've heard good things.
Yeah,
from people who've gone hands on.
I have too.
Seems like the combat system's a big win.
Yeah,
exactly. Which is
my
awesome.
biggest fear is when we play this at PAX West. I'm gonna say it's a good game and buy it.
That's a fear.
That's a fear. Yeah, right. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Why? Thank you.
It would be like supporting so many things I'm against right now with what they're doing.
Wow.
So it's like,
I think you will.
Let's see.
I think you'll get it.
The multiplayer threw me off. I did not expect the 4-player multiplayer to just be this open battle royale fight. I didn't expect it at all.
That's the thing. As soon as they showed that, I'm like, oh no.
Oh God, we got to get a podcast Pokey battle royale going.
Like the fact you could take out 3 Pokemon at once is just that was amazing. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This only excels it even more. I do feel bad for the Switch 1 only crowd because they're not getting any footage. Like they stopped showing Switch 1 footage immediately. So
they didn't want to show off the epic stop motion from Sword and Shield or Scarlet.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, the only other one was Hades 2. That's there. We're gonna be able to play it, of course, next week. I've seen one video, and again, I don't know who this person is, but they claim it's running at 120 frames.
Yeah.
Don't take that with a grain of salt. I can't verify that.
Yeah,
but I'll try to. We'll try to. I'll definitely ask the questions at PAX, so we'll find out. But obviously, I played this game, and it ran great when I played it. That's a day one for me.
Did you notice any differences when you did play it from Hades 1? Like, what was something that stood out to you, or if there was anything?
As far as the frame rate?
Or just the gameplay in general? Like, something to look forward to.
Yeah, the gameplay is way different.
Okay.
The actual, the abilities you get in the game, the boons and all that, completely redone. The combat feels significantly deeper. Graphically speaking, a lot more colors. Like, that was one of the games. There's 2 games there that had, to me, it looked like they were taking advantage of the wide color gamut HDR, and I was able to confirm that with Kirby.
Okay.
Starcrossed, because the colors just pop off the screen. It looks really good. Hades 2 also looked really good. Colors popped, tons of particle effects. I could have played that game for hours. I really enjoy Hades, but obviously that's not something I can do in an event like that.
Right.
But it feels considerably different while staying same enough that if you liked the original, you're gonna love the sequel kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's perfect kind of sequel, I think.
Okay. Nice. I didn't get far in the first one because there's a certain points I just couldn't make it past. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the second one.
No, I remember that. I totally remember when playing this. There's moments like that where I'm like, because that was my first, roguelite, however we want to call it. That was my first experience with it. And so it took a while to understand and grasp how I was going to go about this strategically. Because there was definitely points in the game where it got really tough. And I'm like, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? Like, I'm seriously game planning how to do this.
Sometimes in games like that, you feel like you reached your skill cap.
Yeah.
But you want to push
maybe
through.
you haven't.
Stubbornness.
I don't play too many roguelikes. I definitely had those moments in the first Hades where I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat this. And you push through, at least it's the type of roguelike where your character does carry over improvements that are, permanent. It's not just all temporary upgrades. So that helps. But this is something I've experienced with Souls games. Again, one of my favorite series. I remember way back on the PS3 when Demon Souls came out. There's a boss, I believe it's called the Flame Lurker, and I remember back in the day, this was like the OG Souls game, dying to that boss like 30 times, and I'm like, I hit my skill cap, I just can't beat this boss, and I put the game down for like a year, and then I booted it back up, and I beat it my first time. I took like a year break, and then I beat it, and then I end up playing through the game. But
this is what I love about video games.
You gotta push through.
Yeah, because you do feel like sometimes maybe you did reach your skill gap, but then there's the part of you, and this all depends on like what kind of person you are too. Some people will get up and take their ball and go home and walk away and not play it anymore. It just all depends. And I like these games like Hades and the Souls-likes, right? The Elden Rings, the Demon Souls of the world, the games that really challenge you and they beat you up, and then they make me remember that, like, fuck you guys, I'm going to beat this game. I grew up in the NES era. Okay. I've had the punishment. I remember. And you start to remember that
Mega Man bosses back in the day.
Yeah.
I still suck.
Yeah. And you have to like talk yourself into it almost. But it's cool when a game pushes you like that. I really respect that. And the one thing I always circle back to is the lives. You never run out of lives today. You did during the NES era. Today, it's just about you. Do you have the willpower to push through? Because you're never going to run out of lives today. Because they want you to see the credits.
Yeah,
they have stats.
You guys,
on that.
Are you guys familiar with the feeling? And it's an incredible feeling. It's like an endorphin rush. You're at a part in a game, whether it's a roguelite, whether it's a Souls-like, or whatever, a game like Mega Man, super tough as nails. You have that one boss or that one part in the game you've tried 100 times and you can't beat it. You finally beat it, and you have like the drenched in sweat hands that are shaking with the beating heart. You know what I'm talking about?
Celeste was not for me.
And it's so it's such an intense feeling that for like a brief moment, right when you experience, you almost don't even believe it just happened. Like you have to come to grips with the reality that you just overcame whatever it was. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
100%.
Dude, what a feeling, man.
Yeah, I love it.
What, Prime?
I'm trying to keep it PG. You walked into some stuff I was gonna say. I'm like, nope, don't take it. Don't do it.
Oh, God.
All right. Are we good with the Gamescom stuff now? We got some more?
No, I'm good. We're good. Let's go into the super chats.
All right. Let's get to the super chat questions. Remember, guys, there's still time to super chat in your questions if you would like to ask the crew before we dip out of here. Per usual, there'll be a lot of Demonic Brawler coming up. How about the Xbox ROG Ally drop the price?
Oh, man. When this thing got announced, I knew what it was. I knew what it was going to be. But one takeaway I did have, and I was pretty surprised to see it in the presentation, was that Microsoft was going to have to make an effort harder than Valve did with the Steam Deck on properly vetting out these games and really putting it more in a casual bag to where if I get this device, I should not have to play guesswork on what are the proper settings for this game to run properly. And I shouldn't have to go to forums or anything else to look this stuff up. Steam Deck started off with the verification system, and it's like they just kind of forgot about it. Like it just doesn't work anymore. Like there's games that have the green check mark but still have issues. And the first game that comes to mind for me that should work but just has a horrible time is the Bleach game. My son bought it because it was on sale, and I think I spent the entire night going through forums trying to figure out which protons to download, which settings to put it on, and just for him to run it at 30 frames per second. Like it's just on all
It's a
those
game
settings.
within a game.
Exactly.
It's exactly why I prefer consoles, man. I like when I buy something, I don't want to troubleshoot. I know some people get enjoyment out of that.
Yeah.
Not me. You know,
And that's where they were going to win in this instance of saying, okay, we can find a way to make this for the casual crowd that wants to get into PC. And hopefully this, what was it called? Like the Xbox handheld or the handheld compatibility program that they're doing. Hopefully that works and they continue doing it, because I loved what they did with the backwards compat program they had with Xbox. So hopefully they continue with this and they're taking it serious. I don't know if this is going to stop the next handheld that they were talking about, if this is successful. But we'll see. People seem like they love it playing it at Gamescom. They've only shown a handful of games, honestly, running on it, but we'll see when it gets in the wild. And that price, that's what I expected the price to be, because I mean that's what Z1 Extreme ROG Ally started off at, and then the X is close, if not the same price as well. So that's what I expected.
All right, cool.
Well said. Yep.
Jimzo says topic release date for Genshin Impact 4 Switch 2.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, right.
Might be a direct next month. Let's see what happens.
It's like they release a game every month anyway, so I mean maybe the next one. So
yeah, maybe tomorrow. Yeah, it's a good one. Matthew Williams saying, how do you feel about Silksong being playable in 120 FPS?
Sounds rad.
Very good.
A
I
lot
feel
of
very good.
Gonna experience 120 for the first time because of this game.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna feel the power.
I'm curious what people who have never gamed at 120 think once they do it the first time. Because I've been doing it for so long on PC, I kind of forgot what it felt like the first time it happened.
Yeah.
And on PC, it was like gradual. Like every new gen of hardware, you're not like jumping from 60 to 120. You're going from 60 to 70 FPS to 75.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's creamy smooth.
Jesus.
What the hell? Is this something I said? Jeez.
Yes. Can't be going all creamy smooth on me over here.
Yeah. Followed up with this comment.
Yeah, no. Spoiler alert. Kirby sucks and blows. Good games though. Not perfectly timed.
Hell yeah. Right.
Was that planned?
I'm literally just going in order. No.
No. It's all natural.
I don't think I could plan at this point. 5. I actually love that console. Yeah, I think it was from about the Xbox 360. He was the one that said he had 70%.
I had the Red Ring of Death. Did you guys get it?
Yeah.
I had mine
We're
only
all
for a short
infected.
while. My buddy didn't get the Red Ring. He had the issue. There was an issue with like incorrect lasers installed in 360.
yeah.
Remember this? That was like
Yeah.
just like slicing like discs and stuff.
Yeah.
It was like it like wrecked his discs.
Man, that was a shit show back then.
Yeah, it was.
That
Yeah.
was crazy.
It was
That
brutal.
wasn't super widespread, but it was fucking nuts when it.
It was crazy. I used to call it the doorstop 360 back then.
What the fuck happened?
Yeah.
All right. The classic every week. Bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL Hit.
I would love it, man.
So,
We
man,
haven't
if
heard
it's-
anything more on NBA Bounce since the news came out. That was coming.
I can go ahead and never hear about it again.
I am not playing
Ash
it.
is excited for that one, right?
Bro. Game Mail giving me a basketball game with the mascots.
Go to contention right
It's
there.
Game Mail, dude. It's
Go to
Game Mail. They churn out crap.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, this is the thing. Stash is one of the few content creators in the world that actually enjoys Drag and Drive. So keep in mind that he loves this, but he hates that. So think about how bad that must be.
Yeah, that's got to be super bad.
It looks disgraceful to Jam. Look, man, y'all know I love Jam. obviously. I have the arcade. I won the Blockbuster tournament here in Arizona in '94. I've won every tournament I've been in, and I'm playing at PAX in the tournament too.
The Creator Clash or whatever they call it.
And I can't wait. I can't wait. Open invitation to anybody who's going to PAX that wants to play.
Okay.
Cannot wait to totally annihilate the competition.
So, Stash, I'm curious. How do you feel?
And watch.
How do you feel about NBA Superstars?
Oh, the arcade
game. Yeah.
Have you played it?
Yep.
I haven't played it.
It's a lot of fun to piss my son off, but as far as the game, no. I don't know what they were thinking with that game, but they definitely invested a lot of money into it.
Well, the developer on that was a Raw Thrills, right? Yeah, Raw Thrills. So, yeah, I wasn't thrilled to hear that they were developing the game, to be honest with you. I want to give them a chance, but like, hey, the Turtles game that's in the arcade, Wrath of the Mutants, that's Raw Thrills, right? I reviewed that game on my channel, and that was one of the most scathing reviews I've given. I took no pleasure in it. I'm a big Turtles fan, right? I mean, all of us who grew up with the turds are big fans, right? The game, man, the game is just it's trash, total trash. I beat it in like I forget what I said in the review, but it was like 45 minutes, maybe. Michaela's like, "Did you just beat the game?" Like, yeah. You haven't played it for an hour. I'm like, I know. This is a total piece of shit.
That's nice.
It was so bad. I don't even. Yeah. We can move on. I don't want to go off on a tangent on this game.
It's okay. Jorge FT comes in and says, some of you mentioned that you're perplexed at Nintendo releasing Air Riders this year. Would you have been okay with them delaying it the next year while delaying the start of Smash's development? And I just want to get, I don't know what's going through your guys' minds. I've been staring at this for a while Stash was doing his story. I'm sorry, Jorge. This is like a dumbass question.
Yeah.
And I'll explain why.
Simmer down.
If they delay Kirby Air Riders because it's weird to come out this year, that means it doesn't mean the game's not done and they're not already developing a new game.
Yeah.
That's why I read this. I'm like, what? Who cares if it gets delayed? That they would still be working on their next game. That's how they just get a vacation.
Yeah. I think Smash will be the last game to get affected by anything getting moved. That's okay. Huh?
Now, Gamebird, are you gonna come in and be the opposing to me, the kindness to the evil I just did?
Absolutely. Listen, man. Yeah, they're not gonna delay development just because they're delaying a finished game. Right. The moment Kirby Air Riders is finished, it's full steam ahead on Smash. So that's just the way it works. In fact, oftentimes, sometimes development starts even near the end of development of the current game. So sometimes those things bleed over.
Oh, okay. Demonic Brawler. These are all evergreen. This is just year one of many. If people don't buy it now, they probably will in 2 or 3 years, and Nintendo knows this. I can't quite remember what this is in reference to.
You're saying all these, I believe what you're saying is all these year one titles or the games releasing now that are Nintendo first party are going to be evergreen by default. Yeah, because they're coming out now and they have years to sell. So by default, they're going to be evergreen. And there's a lot of logic to that I think applies. Sure. Yeah, there's levels to the evergreen that we've talked about with Mario Kart and what a roadmap could look like for that. Putting that aside, going with what he said, yeah, I think this is factual.
I'm gonna say it's not factual. Because for them to all be evergreen, that means all of them would have to continue to sell just because more systems sell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
you
only
could
Mario Kart.
Like a lot of year ones, obviously, Switch One games from Nintendo were evergreen, but then you could just say something like Arms wasn't evergreen. It sold because Switch was hot, and then it stopped selling. So there's no guarantee that they're all evergreen just because they come out this year. I do think it does add a higher chance of it, though.
I'll put Mario and DK right now as the evergreen titles at the moment.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Let's see here. Demar Brawler then says, I'm a person who gets motion sickness, but I always turn off the screen and camera shake and motion blur for every game and never have any issues getting sick. Yeah, that's usually the fixes in a lot of games for motion sickness if they have those settings, and DK Bonanza does. So it's good. Yeah, this was before Team Cherry is only 3 people. We talked about that during the show. Demar Brawler was making fun of me because I was typing out the total super chats and I put a comma instead of a period. You have 69,270. I didn't see this one earlier. Taker 610 with the Elden Ring runs like shit edition.
Tarnished, man.
That's brutal.
It's tarnished. I never thought that joke would have any semblance of truth to it, by the way.
Yeah. Right.
Really didn't. Yeah, I didn't think this would be a big obstacle. Ran on PS4.
Then he follows that one up with just in Metroid Prime 5 and Hollow Knight 3. Get a 20% release window.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Thanks to
That adds up.
Yeah.
Corey FT comes back and says, how come SDS was able to implement crossplay in MLB The Show, but 2K nor EA can't with NBA and Madden, respectively?
I think you know the answer to that.
Right.
I'm not going to say it. Someone else can say it. There's enough clips of me on the internet.
Dude, it's hard enough for 2K to even get their server to work.
Yeah.
Every year, fix your server. Every year we get a new video from Snoop Dogg to EA. Fix your fucking game. You guys have seen that, right?
Yeah.
That's the best. Nate, day one, you were having issues.
Yep.
I said, how can Nate be like EA Sports and be in the game if he can't even
get in the
game? It's still in this back and forth email chain and nothing's happening.
Dude, I've had so many tech tickets over the years. I kid you not. Michaela can vouch for this with 2K. With bullshit I get. Total just bullshit error codes that will fire off, and then they try to blame it on me. Oh, it's me, or no, oh, it's Sony's fault. Like, guys, what are you talking about? This is total bullshit. I'm not gonna believe this.
All right.
Do you think you're talking to a kid? It's bad, dude. It's bad. So yeah, to think we'd get crossplay. Hey man, I just hope we can play online on Switch and it works.
Yeah.
Play. Yeah, they can connect on day one.
Yeah. That's why I'm hoping they announced that Shiver did NBA 2K as well. I'm hoping they did. But yeah, we're not going to get crossplay anytime soon across all 3 consoles. I mean, you think about PC for 2K, I think they just came in last year to the current generation? Because it took them a while to update the PC version.
Yeah, it did, which was crazy.
Yeah.
Because it shouldn't have.
2K and EA are very interesting creatures.
Very.
All right. Then we had the 3-pack of Fitties on the 3 host channels.
Nice.
Black coming in clutch for us all.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Massive
so
shout
much.
out and thanks, man. Yeah.
Andrew Brightwell dropped the 1999 to get me to the streak on my side. So that's why you guys saw me drink the beer earlier. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Then we had Demonic Brawler saying, I'm taking them off either way I'm just saying. I don't know what you're taking off, but I would prefer if you leave your clothes on. I don't know what kind of establishment we're running here, but all right, thank you, man. Michael Lorenzo II. What villain in a single game made you hate them so much that it made your blood boil? Mine was Girahim from Skyward Sword. He was unforgettable, unlike Prime's memory of the ending of Ocarina of Time.
Surely, that was so funny. Oh God.
Man, that's one I've got to think on for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I've got to think on that.
Okay.
Michael, tune in next week. I'll have an answer for you. I'm gonna write it down. I'll have an answer for you. I promise. Tune in next week. I got to think on that one. There's a lot of great villains.
I feel like I'd have to go back to the NES era to one of the villains that was just like total bullshit. Like totally unfair.
Oh, are we going mechanics? My thought process was like story wise, like the character.
Well, you end up hating the villain because, it's just total bullshit.
Well,
and the controls are broken, maybe.
I got one. Going off of Stash's similar theme here. See, you guys know one of my favorite games of all time is The Adventure of Link, but here's the thing. Dark Link was a little bitch. If you didn't know the crouch in the corner, which this was the 90s, no, I didn't know to crouch in the corner. There's no internet to tell me this.
No, right. Exactly.
Getting like dominating the whole game because I was loving it. And then I get to that fight and getting my ass kicked by a shadow of myself. So just basically beating myself really got to me. I'm like the 187th death. I was, oh, you little fucker. I can't beat myself. This is like a trick from God or some shit.
I don't know if I really have a overarching villain. I could say an enemy in a game. Anyone who's played it would probably agree. That's the Medusa heads from Castlevania.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That knock you off the platform and you die. And again, you don't get unlimited lives back in my day, so you have to start over again from the beginning.
I have an enemy too. I forget what they're called. They're from Bloodborne. I believe they're from the expansion or the DLC. But it's one of like the kind of like the Cthulhu type villains. But they latch onto you and they cause insanity. And if your insanity bar fills up, it's instant death. And like the number of times, like there'd just be one behind a corner that would just grab me and just drop me. Like, damn. Yeah, that used to like infuriate me. But I forget what they're called. I believe it was Sanity or Madness. Let me see.
If I had to pick one that comes to mind that I never beat because you get to a point to where once you step into this boss fight, you can't go back. And that is in Golden Sun, the last boss.
Oh.
Yeah, because you have to fight the two villains and then they fuse into the fusion dragon. And by the time the fusion dragon happens, everybody's dead but one. And and Isaac is on 1 HP. And I'm like, yeah, this is a wrap. Because now I can't go back. I can't go level up. I can't do any of that. And then that's when I learned grinding. Like, I'm going to grind in every game I play so I don't end up in this situation.
That was a good one. All right. Andrew Brightwell for the class. Ocarina of Time remake. Everyone has covered it well, but when do we get it? Hopefully not 2027 with the movie. Andres has been all over this. He has been.
How did that rumor even get started?
There was a rumor a hell of a long time ago from a YouTuber called Game Over Jesse. That was a long time ago, though. It kind of got dismissed over the years.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's more so Aonuma himself.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was literally asked directly in an interview about a remake of Ocarina of Time. And
giggled.
He laughed, and in that same interview, that was it. He had no other response. In that same interview, he was asked about a remake of a different Zelda game, and he said, "No, we're not doing that."
Gotcha. So
he's always been pretty like upfront. So it was such a unique reaction for him as throughout like his history with the series. That was like there must have been something to that, because he's usually pretty open about whether or not something is happening or not. Even as far as like like he was even open about like, oh, we've thought about how we can make a game with Zelda as the protagonist, so what that would look like, and then we got Echoes of Wisdom. So he's usually pretty honest about no, it's not happening, or yeah, it's happening, something like that. It's such a big deal, like that would be such a big, you don't want to promise prematurely, because anything could happen, of course, but it's definitely something to pay attention to, I think.
Yeah, and there's been other interviews over the time too, like him, noting specifically like, hey, Rauru, this is the name of Rauru in Tears of the Kingdom. A lot of people don't really realize the character that this originated from today. Do that?
Okay.
And it's like, again, making another reference to be like, hey, I got to remind people who the OG was. Yeah, he does that frequently. I mean, he did it with Link's Awakening back in the day. He teased Link's Awakening. He's the one that came out, and it was after Link's Awakening HD was revealed. He was like, hey, you guys remember that interview I did before Switch came out? I made a small reference to Link's Awakening. Yeah, I was teasing that we were doing this. I was like, oh, you. Yeah. No, so like, he just straight up admits that he does that. Dude, at the one music thing, he came out at the end of one of the 25th concert or whatever, 25th anniversary concert in Japan, comes out and is like, so Skyward Sword HD, huh? And the very next day, Nintendo had to issue a retraction because they literally had not actually started developing Skyward Sword HD yet. Now he said it out loud. So what happened? Skyward Sword HD happened.
Jeez. Okay, well, that sounds like it's got some validity to it for sure.
Yeah, so that's really why we think, pretty strongly that this is something that's coming. When it's going to come, though, just to get to the question, I have no fucking clue. I would like to think next year, because like if Age of Imprisonment does happen to hit in this year, that gives us that consistent Zelda every year, and it's the 40th anniversary.
I will die if we get this teased in the September Direct.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, 40th anniversary next year. That's what I'm saying. It's 40th anniversary.
That's been my answer since I was a guest on the podcast last year, which would have been sometime between January and April of 2024. The answer has not changed.
Selfishly, I wish Nintendo announced their directs the same way that Sony and Microsoft and other companies do, where you get plenty of notice. Because the September Direct, I work a full time, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's not really. And there's a couple people who know that I'm hardcore Nintendo, at my work. If I suddenly was sick when a big Nintendo Direct dropped, all signs would point. One of my supervisors even texted me the night, because I had requested the day off for the Switch 2 release, and my supervisor literally texted me. It's like, so how's that Switch 2? Like, he just knew that's where I was that day. So it's tough as someone who wants to, I want to be, you guys get to do those direct reactions, but we always find out the night before. So it's tough.
All right. Dylan Milton says, considering the $80 or $120, not really sure where that's a reference to, but cost of Mario Kart World, what would be the highest price you are willing to pay for a game?
Depends on the game.
What's the highest you'd be willing to pay?
So far, I have paid the most for Sparking Zero. I paid for the deluxe edition to get the early release, and I think that was like 100 or 120, somewhere around there. So that's the most I've paid for a game.
I paid $150 for the NBA 2K Legendary Edition, but
Okay.
it made sense because it included NBA League Pass, and I
Yeah.
would have bought that anyways. So I actually ended up saving a considerable amount of money.
And they're not doing that this year.
No, and we know why. You have to
Yep.
distance yourself from that.
Yep.
Because League Pass is going to be absolute trash, and it's going to be a major customer service issue.
Yep.
This might be cheating, but I've paid hundreds, at least 1,000 on a game before. I used to play a lot of MMOs. You know,
Okay.
dating all the way back to Dark Age of Camelot. You know, Lineage, World of Warcraft. I played a ton of them. Warcraft was the one that I played the longest, and that's a monthly sub. So
Yep.
you know, I at the very least I've spent hundreds, you know, on a game. I know that's cheating in the answer, but I mean, I think it's something worth considering. You know, it really depends on the game. When you buy into an MMO, at least at that golden age of the games, you know, you're paying for server maintenance, but it's not literally, but it's a living, breathing world that's ever growing and expanding, and new storylines and new content constantly being added. It's a growing experience, but I used to love them. You know,
those always seem like they're worth a purchase, to where some games with DLC is like, I feel like I should be able to unlock this, or it should already be in the game.
Sure.
Yeah. So I can see your reasoning behind.
Well, yeah, like, you know, a lot of the great MMOs, like when an expansion came out, like oftentimes it was like doubling the size of the game, you know, adding new, like, whole entire continents. And back then, and I'm sure Prime, you were a big WoW player. I'm very nostalgic for when those games were huge, because there was such a big community. They were so popular. So I have so many amazing memories, especially in high school. You know, I remember when the first WoW expansion came out, and just like, dude, I remember being in a group. This is so dumb. This is such a nerdy thing. I was a mage. Like, my first character was a mage in WoW, and I was running a dungeon. They got the Holy Trinity. I'm sure some of you guys are familiar with this. It's tank, healer, DPS, and each one has their specific role. And I remember there was some weirdo in our group in a dungeon run that we were failing, because there was just bad coordination with the randoms that we had with us. But someone was like trash talking me and saying, like, dude, this mage can't tank for shit. And if you know anything about like the Holy Trinity, you know like how ridiculous that sounds. But those are some of the weird just memories that are awesome. But yeah,
I thought you were gonna say you had this one guy in your group that yelled Leroy Jenkins and freaking ran into the room. You know,
classic. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't the mage have like a thing I can summon that can tank?
Yeah. It does. Yeah. But that wasn't my build. And you know, you choose your role for the dungeon. I was DPS. Like, my role.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
Chosen, you know.
Yeah, obviously you weren't there to take. But it's like, I got to take for a small bit here. But fuck off. Anyways. Cool. So the highest price for me, World of Warcraft, easy. Pretty much been sub since it came out. The day it came out in 2004. I don't even know how I got it the day it came. You know what? No, I do know how. Because obviously at that point I was like a junior in high school, had a job, and I was such a huge fan of Warcraft 1, 2, and 3. Like, of course I'm picking this up. Of course. Yeah. I pre-ordered the shit out of that and played it day one. I still really like the game. So it's kind of funny because it sort of evolved with me. I used to be like a hardcore raider, love the 40-man raids. Dude, I ain't got that kind of time.
Yeah. No one in our age bracket does. It's like you have
super casual. All the things. There was a transition period where I was fucking pissed that it was going casual. Just fucking done with this game. They're ruining the hardcore shit. And then all of a sudden, as I got older, I'm like, actually, I kind of like. Let me try the game again. You know,
yeah.
This is,
now I get pissed when they lean towards the hardcore element. I'm like, dude, who has time for this shit? I don't want to worry about raids. in like dedicated raid groups. I just want to do the quests and get the gear.
Yeah, and if I do the raid, it's cool. Now you can just go with randoms and just get dubs.
Yep.
Because they make the raid, they dumb down the raid so much.
Yep.
Anyways, Michael Lorenz says, do you think Lego does an exclusive Zelda or Mario game or both for Nintendo? If not both, which one would be more likely? And before I answer this, just in case that last question, what they intended was hypothetically, what's the most you would pay for a game? If it's Zelda, I don't know if there's a top end price I wouldn't pay for a new 3D Zelda. Like legit, 1,000. If that's what it takes for me to get that fucking game, I'm getting it. But that's the problem with the question.
That's a really tough question because it really depends. It does depend on the game, but also like if it's a series you love, like I've bought collector's editions. Those are certainly a lot more expensive. Than
Sometimes you go back and buy classic games after the fact in your favorite series or something, and they're thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Like if you want top dollar out of me, DK and Mystical Ninja. Like top dollar.
I bought the $200 edition of Elden Ring. You know, I've got the Melania statue and like all the cool crap. And I bought the collector's edition of Ghost of Tsushima. I've got like a shelf that has all the items from that, the banner and the cool samurai mask and all that stuff.
Yeah, I have a lot of collector's editions, obviously. But do we really factor those? Yeah, how often are we going to get the master edition that I have of Zelda, right?
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that.
Well, as I said, when I buy that $1,000 Zelda, there better be like a statue as tall as me that comes with it. All right, get to Michael Lorenz here. He talks about, obviously, do you think there's going to be like an exclusive Lego Zelda or Mario game or both? Which one's more likely? So what do you guys think?
Zelda.
Yeah.
I think just from a game design perspective with like dungeons, like a story adventure with dungeons, I think it lends itself to the Lego. I'm fingers crossed for this. I think this is like the perfect matchup.
I think they do Mario. One, just to be different. Two, it's Nintendo's mascot. First crossover with the company. It was the first Lego sets they made with Lego as a company. Yeah.
Okay.
Mario movie coming out. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to link it all together. But I do agree that
you think then Zelda, right?
Zelda feels like the most natural thing because of the games they made in the past, you know. But
so you said Zelda.
Me? Mario.
You just said they're going to find a way to link it all together.
Boom. It's nonstop, man. Stash, I don't know how you have all these on deck every show, every week.
I don't have them on deck. I just think of it.
You say that, but it's fast. It's too fast.
My brain is very unusual, I think. I don't know how to explain it.
He's just Snatcherell over there. All right. All right. Next question here. Taker610. I really like to see the Nintenbyte crew put through the Studio Ghibli AI filter thing. Prime saying I'm Nintendo Prime bitch as a character. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
That would be kind of cool. Don't tempt me. I don't usually use AI like that, but
yeah,
it'd be kind of funny. It'd be kind of funny just to see it. I wonder. The thing is, he must have done it, so he already knows what it looks like.
Probably.
I want us done up as a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure characters. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but that would be a fun one.
I remember the game.
And then Taker submitted another question. This is the last super chat I think we have right now. And it says, when do we see the next Zelda game? Next June?
If he means mainline, I'm going to say 2027.
Yeah, close to the movie.
Not release when we see it.
I'm going to go against Gamebird like I usually do because I think mainline, the next 3D one is coming out in 2028. They usually tease about 2 years early, aka tease it on Zelda's 40th. Like you can announce Ocarina of Time, and that could be the one coming out next year, and then you tease. Everyone gets excited about that, but then like, oh, because of this game's not going to come forever. And then they drop the big tease.
If they do that, people will die.
Of a
heart attack.
I did at E3 2019 when they announced Tears of the Kingdom. Although we didn't know it was Tears of the Kingdom, just a sequel to Breath of the Wild that no one saw coming. Yeah, I basically had that moment.
Yeah, and then he immediatally told Doug Bowser.
I can't have that moment with Ocarina of Time the first time. Of course, I don't remember the ending.
Wait, in person?
No, we were watching the direct.
Watching the trailer. Doug's all like
the trailer and
giving commentary. He goes, "Shut up!"
It's right after the trailer, Doug Bowser starts talking. He goes, "Shut up, Doug Bowser! Nobody wants to hear you."
Yeah, I don't know why I don't have it as like a thing on my stream deck.
Yeah, you should. You really should. It's freaking great.
It's an all-time classic. That happened on the live stream. It was so good. It's been clipped and reclipped and reposted on my channel like 6 times. It keeps. I haven't posted it in a while. I should probably do it again and make a new short for it and just see if anyone watches. Shut up, Doug Bowser. Nobody wants to use
that. You should have used that soundbite when he was doing PR for like the pricing fiasco when Switch 2 was announced.
Giving me too bad of ideas. That's what I said. And now, if you just mean Zelda game in general, it remakes, remasters, all that stuff. I still think probably next year, but there's an outside chance maybe they see some of the online combos going where people aren't like super impressed with Switch 2 and visual aspects from Nintendo games yet, and they go, fine, we'll just give you this sneak peek, like a little 10-second teaser. Just enough to wet your whistle with a year or something with it, next year or whatever, and leave it at that.
Right. I think I'm more curious with the next visual step with it, because I don't think they're continuing this Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom.
No way.
Yeah. So
especially if they're going to like a new generation of Link. It's like, okay, well then you're gonna go with the new style.
Right.
I think the worst, I don't want to say the worst part of Tears of the Kingdom, for me, one of my favorite things about seeing a new Zelda, I'm always so anxious. Like I can't wait to see what the next art style is, because it's so often they fully change up the art style, so I can't wait to see what they craft next. I would be very disappointed if it looked like a much more polished Breath of the Wild, not because I don't like the look of those games. I love that art style. I think it's one of the best in the series. I just get so excited for something new, to see that creativity shine in that element of the game design.
All right. And that does it. That was the last one. All right, let's go around and let people know what we got going on, where they can find us. First, I just want to make sure we shout out the 2 that left us. Andres Restart. Sure, you go check out his channel. He does a lot of what I do, but better. And then does a lot of speculation on top, theories, all that. Go give him a watch. He should be bigger than me by next year. Make it happen. Next up, Kiwi Talkz. The man with the plan. If you paid any attention today, he dropped a little nugget you might see get misconstrued by 17 outlets tomorrow. But go subscribe to this channel. Then we'll just get this out of the way. Spice Lord.
Yeah, I'm here and on our Clips channel.
And maybe appearing in random vlogs at PAX West.
No, there's that too. But that'll be next week's issue.
Yeah, that's next week's problem. Action Jack, what do you got going on? Where can they find you?
Yes, sir. So you can find me on Twitter, action_Jack8, as well as on the Winging It podcast every Sunday, 7 p.m. You'll also find me guest starring on Sandstorm Rebirth podcast as well, that typically airs on Saturdays at 8 p.m. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, MSM group with the music aspect of it. I have my album Rebirth releasing October 2nd of this year. So please be on the lookout for the videos as well as the single that will release a little bit closer to that release date. But thank you all for having me. This has been a great podcast. Thank you all.
Awesome. Nice having you on. I believe you're on like,
Yeah.
We're gonna see a lot more of you. We're gonna see before PAX, after PAX.
Yes. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Game Bird.
That's right, buddy. Yeah, Gamebird Classic here. You guys can find me here on YouTube at Gamebird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. Drought on the channel. I've got a lot of content planned. I have been insanely busy. I can't stress it enough. It's been hard to find the time, but I do have things moving in the background and hope to have a nice, good chunk of content coming out over, hopefully the next like 4 to 5 weeks, steady flow. So stay tuned. I promise I got good stuff. We got PAX coming up. You guys obviously can find me here every Wednesday night on Nintenbyte with this awesome crew and awesome guests every week. PAX is going to kick ass, guys. It's going to be an opportunity for all of us to prepare some awesome content for you. I know I plan on doing some of the vlog style stuff, capturing the Nintenbyte magic behind the scenes, but I also, in stash fashion, want to get some more experience doing some impression stuff here on YouTube. So I'm definitely going to be wanting to share some of my thoughts on the things that we get to touch at the convention this year.
All right. Stash Man.
Yeah. So tomorrow I'm going to wrap up Suikoden 1 HD remaster on Switch 2.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm literally, I've got the game suspended right now I think I'm going into the boss fight, pretty sure. So it'll be a wrap.
Stash, quick question. Sorry. I picked up the Suikoden collection. And I picked up the Dragon Quest 3 Switch, HD 2D Switch. I don't know which one to start. Can I get a reco? Because these are both. I have not played either of these. I want a reco. Where would you start?
Okay, so if you do Suikoden, it's about 20 hours. But if you want to do everything, which there is a benefit to doing everything, because it carries over to part 2.
Sure.
But I don't want to get into detail because I don't want to get into spoiler territory. So if you do that, it's going to take longer. And Suikoden 2 is around the same.
Sure.
So you can play both probably in 50 hours, maybe 60 if you want to really, really explore and level up. You can probably get it done quicker than 50. Right? All different play styles. For Dragon Quest, I mean, hey, dude, if you're trying to be there on day 1 for Dragon Quest 1+2 HD, maybe knock it out now so you can really take your time with it and make sure your body's ready for Dragon Quest 1+2 HD. That way you're not like trying to sprint to the finish line so you could play that right when it comes out. That's if you plan to. We got Mina the next day.
I know. I'm gonna be playing Mina day 1.
It's just action packed the rest of the year. It's a sprint nonstop.
Awesome. Thank you for the info and the recos. Yeah, I've been debating it over the last couple days.
Yeah, you got it, man. So yeah, Suikoden 1 HD remaster review coming. I have, I think, 12 figgies on my desk that I need to unbox and open now because the second package just came in today.
Nice.
Yeah, they're some really good IP, like some IP that I love. So I'm sure you can probably guess what it might be. I got the review code for Shantae, the new one.
Okay.
The new old one. The one that's been in development for 20 years that they just finished, which is so cool. It's such a cool story, which I'll give a little detail about in my review. Those for sure, all that for sure. And then I got one other thing to do. I'm just trying to get as much done as possible before PAX, while also not being stressed to get all this out before PAX. You know what I'm saying? You guys know how it is. So I don't want to. Everything I just named, I know I can do, and I've already started packing. So
Paxing.
So we're gonna have so much to do at PAX.
Yeah.
And after PAX when I get home. That's where the real pain begins.
Yeah, when you have to unpack everything.
Yeah, but to do what I did again, like with the Switch 2 experience, where I didn't leave it, my desk for like a week. Because all I was doing was recording and editing. It's like that now with PAX. Right? And not only that, it's not just Switch. It's PlayStation as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's
what we call that?
Evil.
You know what we call that on the podcast?
What?
We call it Paximum Fury.
Yeah. It's a PAX schedule for sure.
All right. Oh, all right. How much will to follow that up now? Jeez. All right, guys. I'm Nintendo Prime. I do lots of news, and that's pretty much all we do. This podcast every single week as well. We have some fun live streams to go along with that kind of stuff. Probably won't be anything tomorrow. It is me and Yulia's 14th anniversary of our first date.
That's right.
Oh,
Let me just say
Big.
congratulations.
Congrats, man.
Yeah.
So probably not going to be working at all tomorrow. If we do somehow end up streaming, it'll be because she wants to. I don't know why she would want to. Maybe because she wants to drink. I don't know the other reason she'd want to. If you guys know how my streams go, you would understand why that's a thing. Anyways, no. So yeah, don't expect anything tomorrow. But I got a few things that are not necessarily news, kind of in the works, but these things take a while to come together for me. Besides like random discussion videos, yeah. So I'll just leave it at that. And also, on a second note, there was someone who asked me about VG News. I got something in the works for that as well to potentially be coming back before the end of the year. So, but we'll see. That one's a really big one because a big time and money investment for something that definitely does not make anything in return. All right. You can find the podcast everywhere podcasts are heard. Apple, Spotify, all that stuff. We got the audio version. We also have the Clips channel as well. Nintenbyte Podcast Clips. All this stuff is linked down in the description. If you're on the audio version, it probably isn't linked. But just Google up Nintenbyte Podcast and you'll see everything. We dominate the whole first page for our own podcast name. So, all right. That's what we do.
Also, folks, check out Nintenbyte merch. We got a lot of really cool new merch. Brand new podcast logo. So
yeah, I'll go ahead
in the description box below as well. I just want to shout that out real quick because we do have a lot of cool new stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could show a bunch of it off to you. It ain't here yet. I don't even know it's gonna arrive before PAX.
Do you think it's gonna arrive?
I'm not even sure if it's going to. Like, I have a couple items have. None of your guys' stuff has. None of the shirts or sweatshirts or hats. The one things we wanted the most. None of that's arrived.
Really?
What's arrived is, to be fair, remember how we wanted to do giveaways? The magnets arrived. So we got those to give away.
Yay.
But stickers
I want
haven't.
my shit.
Yeah. Your jacket. Like, I'm just like,
the shirts, everything. The hoodies.
Literally. It's like, and then I'll watch somebody else come in and buy a shirt, like just one, and it's like delivered 3 days later. I'm like,
well,
you fucker.
I bought a couple of stickers and they've just been delivered.
Yeah, you got them. I ordered 20 of those stickers. I don't have them yet.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Oh man. Anyway.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. I'll maybe reach out to the company eventually and be like, hey, am I getting put on the back burner because of that discount we got, you fuckers? God damn it.
We kind of want that for PAX. So
yeah, I know.
How much for PAX?
To put this in like perspective, guys, we
don't know how to PAX without
it. Was more than a month before PAX that the order went in. So it was like,
yeah.
I mean, granted, it was a big order, but still,
it might be the most expensive merch order I'll ever buy in my life. I'll say that.
But still,
I had to have it clear the bank. I'm like, oh, that hurt.
Do you think it's Game Bird and I's jackets that are slowing it down?
I know we bought. Like,
no, here's the thing, because they're sending items as they're done. So I'm like, I don't think so. Like if like a batch of shirts for one brand of shirt was done, they'll just ship them all at once, which is fine. So I understand it taking longer to get like a batch of shirts done versus one, but like I know how like printed on shirts work. I don't know why this is so difficult.
Yeah, it sounds like
You should follow up with them
regulate.
just to make sure that like they didn't forget, because that
Regulate.
shit happens sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, that's going to do it for the show. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Hopefully, when you see us at PAX West, we're rocking the new merch and not the old merch. But yeah, it is what it is. I'll print. You know what we could do? We could have the new merch that only has the logo on the front, or the old merch that only has the logo on the front, and on the back we'll just duct tape a print off of the new logo.
There you go. I was gonna say you can stick a sticker to the back of our shirts.
Loincloths.
Loincloth. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you same time next week.